can't take it anymore. My mind's about to go to war. I need someone to save me from myself, to hear me cry when I call out for help. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. Another day to lose control. There's a fire in my bones. My sight gets blurry, pushing back the tears. Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano.
life in peace. Been broken a long time, don't remember the highlights of me, highlights of me. Oh, please help me, please go easy, easy on me. I can't believe it's so hard for me to see that I deserve this, deserve to feel happy now. So please go easy, please go easy. So hard to unlearn habits we got addicted to. I'm trying to change my life, but so much easier to say than do. Say than do. Oh, please help me. Please go easy. Please go easy.
just What does it take to craft your own legacy? Carving your own path under endless pressure to walk down the road of opportunities with insurmountable obstacles. Through all the hardships, the struggles you'll endure, in the end, a legend will be born. Class is in session. Your assignment? Legendary. To be the champion. Welcome to the ACS EDU Tour.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the ACS EDU Tour 2023. My name is Contra. I'll be your caster for the entirety of day one of week 2 of action, as we have a lot of amazing Mobile Legends action coming your way. And all of this is presented by Nubia. And of course, we also do like to thank our partners for being a huge part of the ACS EDU Tour. And with that, I'd like to thank our official media partners at Fly FM. You guys are absolutely amazing. And of course, what better way to start off your day than by getting yourself an amazing refreshment by our beverage partners, Marigold, and of course, not forgetting our telco partners, Unify Mobile, for keeping everybody connected. So of course, everybody's now currently gathered in APU at the moment for some Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I believe that we're going to be starting off with our first couple of games really soon. So before we even get into all of the action, I'm pretty sure that you guys might want to catch up on some of the happenings that have happened throughout the course of week 1. And for those of you guys who are joining in to the live stream, or if you guys are at the venue here for the very first time, I'm pretty sure you guys want to know what the format's going to be like for the ACS EDU Tour. So with that, of course, let's have a look. And this will be our tournament timeline, where we kickstart our run back in the 3rd of July with the qualifiers, and we've already had week 1 concluded back in Sunway University, and now here we are in Asia Pacific University for week 2's action of Mobile Legends. And followed by that, we'll be heading into Monash University next week onwards, and for the grand finals, it will be held in Paradigm Mall. So all eyes are on the victors and the teams that do qualify to the run into the 19th and 20th of August. So keep your eyes peeled for that, while of course we will be looking for some of the top teams across the varsities of Malaysia to make their way to the grand finals. And with that, of course, we'll also present to you all the teams that are going to be playing throughout the course of the league.
And Pro Clash Series is headed to Malaysia, and with a brand new look, the ACS EDU Tour, with Mobile Legends Bang Bang as the main title, featuring a prize pool of 13,000 ringgit Malaysia up for grabs. Here's everything you need to know. 6 universities will send out 2 teams to represent their campus. Taylor's University, Universiti Teknologi Mara, Tunku Abdul Rahman University of Management and Technology, Asia Pacific University, Sunway University, and Monash University. They will go through 2 stages, the league stage and the knockout stage in the grand finals. In the league stage, the 12 teams will be divided into 2 pools with other universities, and they will face each other in a round-robin format. Each win will award them with 3 points, and a loss will be 0 points. The league stage will last for 3 weeks and will be held live in 3 different locations: Sunway University, Asia Pacific University, and Monash University. Each week, teams will accumulate points for a better seeding for the grand finals at Paradigm Mall on the 19th to 20th of August. Teams that are seeded 1st to 4th of their respective pool will start their knockout stages in the upper brackets, while the teams that are seeded 5th and 6th start on the lower brackets. teams will play a best-of-3 double elimination format except for the Grand Finals match, which is a best-of-5. The last team standing will be the first ever ACS EDU Tour champion, so gear up and claim the crown.
And that is what you have to know about the ACS EDU Tour. Of course, starting off with our league stage, we've already had teams playing back in week 1, where we're still in the round robins, where teams will have to accumulate as much points in order to advance into the playoffs. So teams are divided into 2 pools, Pool A as well as Pool B, and they will have to qualify by making it to the top 4 of each respective pool in order to advance into the playoffs and, of course, have a solid shot in the grand finals. A total of 15K is up for grabs, I do believe. And now, let's take a look at the prize pool. Well, gotta correct myself for a little bit. I'm 2,000 off of that. So during the league stage, they will be awarded with 3,000 ringgit, and that will be divided into both Pool A as well as Pool B. So every team that have that form of tenacity to advance forward with their best showing will still be able to receive some form of monetary rewards. And of course, not forgetting the grand finals where 10K is on the line, with the victors walking away with, at the very least, 5,000 ringgit. So first, all the best to all the competitors out there that's going to be looking for a shot to qualify through the league stage. And without further ado, let's present to you some of the teams that will be playing throughout the course of the league. In Pool A, we got Sunway Esports Blaze, UITM All-Stars, APU Hanuman, Failures Elite, TAR UMT, Roxy, and Monash Esports Club. And into Pool B, we got Sunway Esports Frost, UITM Prodigy, APU Daddies, Taylor's Esports Club, TAR UMT, Total Chaos, and Monash Kenryu. So I can't wait to actually see what they have to offer. And throughout the course of week 1, we've already seen amazing results coming from all these teams, and now they're back at it again. Starting off very early, I know it's not pretty much the usual gamer hours at 10 a.m., but definitely appreciate all their effort putting in the practice throughout the weekend. And of course, we'll kick things off with a couple of games concurrently running, but it will start off with APU Hanuman, the home team that will be playing off against TAR UMT Roxy. And later on, we'll still have many more names to go. As you can see on the schedule itself, there's UITM All-Stars on the next game in round 2, and so forth. So with that being said, we'll definitely have to keep our eyes focused onto these respective teams. APU definitely will have to put on quite the showing here, especially with their friends as well as maybe lecturers watching them. Man, if you guys are missing out classes for this, it better be worth it. I'm just kidding. I'm pretty sure you guys already got, a little bit of that pass going on for you guys. And I am excited to see what's the first draft going to be like, as I believe that we're about to move right into the picks and bans, as we will see what is in store. So as we get ourselves ready for game 1, this will be the lineup for APU Hanuman as well as TAR UMT Roxy. So that being said, they do feel quite a huge roster coming in from TAR UMT. I wonder which player will be playing for today, but let's hop right in to the picks and bans. Kicking things off, it seems like Joy's going to be the first one to be banned out alongside with Uranus as well. And that will definitely remove a little bit more of those steady threats coming in from the backlines, as well as Uranus being one of the steadiest tanks to be in the current meta itself. That will definitely be posing a lot of that threat. So removing a lot of all these huge meta picks will definitely make things a lot smoother for TAR UMT. So we already had plot as well as a Fanny being removed, it definitely is pretty interesting of a choice coming in from Target UMT. Of course, Fanny, when it's being played at the highest level, will always be very problematic for any team to deal with, and they definitely respect APU Hanuman's ability to pilot such a hero. So one last ban going in for APU. There's still a lot of options on the table if they actually want to consider. It really does depend on what their first priority will be, and that would pretty much be the Franco out of the picture. So they don't really have to be all too concerned about dodging any form of hooks. So that also tells you that APU wants to take very straightforward fights without all too much of that form of crowd control. So it is not too revealing of their draft at the moment. Now, back to the side of TAR UMT, they've already moved quite a lot of options coming from the EXP lane. So that is basically draining out a lot of the hero pools coming in from members of APU Hanuman. That said, it'll be Kaja being the first one to be locked right in. And that is pretty much a very solid statement coming in from APU Hanuman, where they're looking for a huge dive and single off targets to immediately go in for the pickup. And here we go, Kong. Starting off strong with the E pick, and they're definitely having a lot of consideration to actually get some of these engines running over onto the EXP lane instead. And of course, sorry for a little bit of that alarm, like it supposed to be on stream, so don't mind me. And anyways, back into the draft we go. Minotaur will be the first option on the table for Rims. So that definitely provides a huge area of effect control when they do move into those team fights. You can already see a huge picture of how the team fights would definitely favor Roxy if they were to go on 5 versus 5s. And meanwhile, looking back into APU Hanuman, they're definitely looking at those single pickoffs yet again. If they do get all the engines running, they definitely do pose a huge threat, especially when you have J. Leo now locking in Mage very early on with the Kadita, providing a lot of all these mobility to even dodge the real world manipulation coming in from the Eve. And of course, Martis having that mobility to just dive into the back line. And the only answer that UMT Roxy came up with is like, go ahead, dive me all you want, because I'm just going to put some beefy front lines, no pun intended, with the turrets to accompany this Minotaur to be able to feel the battles when they hit into those 5v5s. Now, moving into the second phase, we're looking at pretty interesting options that will be up for grabs, especially now that we're already seeing a couple of all these spans going in for marksmans as well as potential assassins right now. So that's going to be Arlot off the field. Now, the problematic thing is, who's going to be the one to soak all the damage coming in from APU Hanuman? So they really have to leave some options open. And TAR UMT doubles down to remove any solo target threats, and also removing war tanks on the picture. So this is definitely going to be pretty interesting to kick off our first game.
The proof that I'm
and
still
how
alive.
secures himself that Brody. And this is just looking absolutely scary from the side of TAR UMT on their team fight potential now that they've already had that Brody in their hands. But APU Hanuman says, we want that fast-paced action. We want to hit hard. And I'm looking at 2 retries coming in from APU. I'm pretty sure that one of them will eventually switch out, unless if they're going to be moving in with those jungle clearing strats. So that definitely isn't going to be the case, as they will still have X-Borg as one of their main options to move into the first round. So with the final pick now remaining, Lord Shinra is going to be considering for another beefy pickup. So I wonder if this is going to be the case. I mean, it's definitely going to be pretty meta, especially in the MPL Indonesia as well as Philippines region. We see a whole lot of pick going on for this. That will be it. Alvin secured. So now it definitely will be the battle of who really takes the tempo on the early rounds. Target MT Roxy will have to find ways to scale right into the match. Meanwhile, APU Hanuman, they're definitely going to be looking for their targets very, very early on. So without further ado, we're going to be moving right into our first game of the ACS. And here we go into the Land of Dawn. Kickstart our very first game. It's Tar UMT versus APU. And let's get it running, as this is a first game out of best of 3. And we'll definitely have to see who will be able to secure first blood in the run.
5 seconds till the enemy
APU Hanuman starting on the blue side. We've got Aru controlling the tempo of the match here, going on the Martis. J-Leo definitely will have to hold out over the mid-game. But I will definitely put my eyes onto Wolf later on what he could possibly get when those Divine Judgment lands on those targets. And I'm pretty sure that they'll be hunting out for how. It's going to be Alvin over on the top side. That will be pretty much a solo showdown for the marksman. Very steady pacing coming out, as we have a little bit of contest going on for the Little Wanderer. 3-man stack over the river as they're looking for Wolf as well. This is going to be a little bit difficult for them to secure, but seems like Wolf will be able to handle Pasture just fine. And looks like we do have a little bit of an early pause. I believe that will definitely will need the players to, of course, be sorting out some of all these technicalities that they're currently facing. But no worries, nothing too much has happened just yet. So pretty much at a very neutral state, other than, you know, the Little Wanderer being taken off. But when we look into compositions, once again, when we move into APU Hanuman's draft, they definitely do have a lot of hard hitters, especially when Alvin scales into the late game. That will definitely be posing a huge threat to Tar UMT, especially for Tar UMT. If they don't have a solid early game, this will definitely be a very difficult game for them to play out. But if they do have a great game running from the get-go, it's definitely going to be a steamrolling against members of APU Hanuman. So that will definitely depend on how well do they control the map from the get-go. So just look at how it will basically fan out later on. Meanwhile, of course, we get ourselves back into the game. Rotations looking mighty fine coming in from Tar UMT Roxy, as Rims will be able to hold the fort over the mid side. We will definitely expect this Minotaur to go in roaming very early on, but just love the disciplines coming in from APU, understanding the game very, very well. It seems like there may just be a little bit of a hiccup going on, but it's not too much of a huge concern, as they're not in the midst of battle just about yet. There is going to be the crap to be contested, though, so this is definitely going to be something that will be a prized possession for either side. Meanwhile, I'm just looking at the potential coming in for the first blood, as there is going to be a little bit of a stack going on over the bottom side. If you look at the minimap, 2 members over onto the entrance of the jungle of Tar UMT is definitely going to be posing a little bit of a threat. But, well, that should be all too much of a pressure, especially now that it's still very early into the game. But looking into the setups, we're definitely having majority of the players running Flicker, and I do love the fact that, you know, Eves, they would be able to hold up just fine by just taking a sprint along, and we'll be able to play safely from a distance as we continue on with the journey. Wow, it seems like Alvin will be the one to snatch that away from RUMT Roxy. Rims just having a slight scuffle going on, but great intel gathering from both ends to be able to neutralize the state. Aru spotting some movements coming from the Balman, and this is definitely going to be great information for them to work around with. No steal attempts whatsoever, but Roxy, they're going to be moving forward in order to see if they get their chance onto this crap right now. Rose spots one now, but that's not really the priority target they're looking out for. X worked really hard to take down, especially dealing a lot of damage very early on. Shinra wants to commit, and he's going to be able to hold down some of the shields. 50% health onto the turtle already, as Roxy is going to be infiltrating over the back lines. Shinra going for a dive, but that will be him taken down for first blood. Aru will be able to remove him from play. Meanwhile, he will secure a double, looking for a triple as well. And that will be Jay Leo taking the turn takedown for APU. Solid work for the home crowd as APU Hanuman will be able to get a 3 in a row. And it didn't seem like RUMT Roxy has gotten into a poised position to even go in for the challenge. It's hoping for a lucky retribution, but unfortunate enough, Shinra got taken out very early on, so they gotta make do with what they can. And now that they're on that deficit, and with majority of these numbers going into Aru, I think APU Hanuman has got everything that they desire to get the engines rolling. Now, what is going to be the next course of action for RUMT Roxy? They do spot out Rims. Saru is running into a very interesting direction right now. He's going to be able to have the cavalry waiting on his back. 4-man stack on both sides, as they'll be able to at least read the room at the time being. No casualties thus far, taking a great control as Wolf dives right forward. Shinra is going to be able to hold him for the time being. And that's the problem about looking for pickoff right now, but Rims, he's just going to use the Divine Judgment to pull him all the way back. Secures the killing spree for Aru. And man, this Mart is turning into the monster. Rose runs into the direction into the orange buff, but of course, none to be seen right now. RUMT only clear out whatever remains that there is. A very clean start coming out of APU, and they're just taking absolute control over River right now, not allowing YJ to even cut anywhere closer, and he's just slowly proxying the wave as well. Wolf just taking charge, keeping his eyes over onto the buffs as well. Now Shinra is trying to find an entry point, but there's just no contest whatsoever for a turtle as APU stacks up goal in the process. 3,000 up ahead against RUMT at the moment. And for what it's worth, RUMT, they're trying to halt any form of progress that APU Hanuman has, because any form of pickoffs that they give towards APU would further drain their resources. And they really got to get that Brody up online. And one thing about going for such a huge composition of 5 versus 5 is that when these players aren't allowing you for those 5 versus 5s, it's definitely going to be difficult when that contest is going in with that Divine Judgment. But Rims trying to look for a huge Minoan Fury, but he will definitely have to charge some of all these rage stacks. He does get a glimpse out of Aru. A little bit more than knock as Rims slowly has his health bar taken down, and that is where the armor gets popped. And meanwhile, over back, Brody getting absolutely popped off with double decimate. A huge moment for Aru with a double, and he's going for a triple as well. And an absolute team wipe in a span of 6 minutes. APU Hanuman opens up the first turret up in the mid lane. They are absolutely on a tear. And my word, there is just no responses coming in whatsoever of Target MT at the moment. Definitely will be a huge struggle as they won't be even having enough itemizations to work around with. When you're trying to run tanks, if you don't have those items, they can't be able to soak all these forms of damage. Surely enough, at the very least, we have Blade of the Heptaseas completed for how, at the very least, in order to deal damage, but definitely needs a lot of room in order to get those damage numbers out there. And Target MT Roxy, they're just hoping to open up a little bit more of that spacing, targeting Rose over the top side. But this is an export that they're going to be dealing with. Just taking down some parts of the Figuraga armor where there's still a lot more to go through with. So, of course, as we can see from the screen, we're going to be having a little bit of that pause. But if you could look into the mini-map as well as over on the corner of the brush, there will be a little more of that pressure coming in from APU in order to counter what TAR UMT is going to be able to bring to the table as well. Wonder if that's going to be enough to actually stall any form of progress coming in from TAR UMT. There are hopes right now rely on this heavy rupture over the top side as we continue on to the action. Rose will be able to hold on for the time being. And that's the problem about diving in export. He's just way too tanky. You have to peel off the armor, and then after that, there's still another layer which you have to deal with. Divine Judgment pulls Rim all the way to the back, and that's one secured for Alvin. There's just no time for Roxy to even respond as they swiftly dove in, pulling off a heist very early, and we're already seeing Wolf having that full confidence to just parade all the way to the front. Still looking for another target as they are looking to just yoink this buff away. Aru be able to pull this one off. Shinra seemingly having the ability to retreat off their hands, but they're slowly getting shredded apart, and the dive goes through. Rims gonna be able to trade right back, and this ain't gonna cut it as Rims, he will flicker away, and YJ, he will be able to hold him all the way through the back, but Rolls will continue on, piling the damage onto Kong, will be able to slide the damage through, taking out Kong, and that is just absolutely overwhelming. 4 members out, with only Hal surviving. And there's just no stopping this steamroll momentum that APU Highland has. 14-0. Building cash every step of the way, and TAR UMT Roxy still hoping for a pickup right through. It's definitely going to be pretty hard to even think about catching this Kaditha so long as she does have her ult available. And I don't really see a way out right now for TAR UMT Roxy. Things are looking absolutely bleak as another turret will fall to the ground for the bomb side. All these tier 2 turrets are slowly falling apart, and there's just no map control coming in from Roxy. Not that they can afford to even step up to challenge for the Lord. You can already see from the mini-map, 4-man setup coming in from APU Hanuman, looking for that pickoff, being absolutely patient, and they didn't really have to work too much as they will be able to secure the first Lord of Week 2. 9 minutes to play, Lord called out. You have constant pressure coming out of Rose, just constantly shuttling over the top side. And it's just free farm for days as Alvin didn't seem to have any form of an enemy targeting him throughout the course of the battle. Now that RMT have to deal with the Lord, they will definitely have to stack up, but Ribs, he's gonna pull one back. Huge knockup coming in from the Minotaur, but it's not gonna cut it though. At least they stall for now and keep the towers up for the moment. A little bit of a commitment of elements all across the board for Teknologi Roxy. They get the job done, but there's still more to go as all these minions are still crashing from the top end as well as over the bottom. But there's just about 2 minutes or less for them to consider contesting for the Empowered Lord that's coming up real soon. And that could be a turning point for Teknologi Roxy. We're coming in with a brand new Hello Kitty sticker. That's how you know that this man trains all day. Well, of course, over our back, it's gonna be Shinra getting caught up with the Divine Judgment, but it's not gonna be easy to stop this battle for now. Constant pressure coming in from Aru, as he will be legendary. And here comes the video for second on top, but it will be instantly responded by Kog as well. Health bars instantly melt as Rose will still have a lifeline running for them. Looking for more damage to break down the turret. One more tick will do as Alvin secures it. 2 members slain from Teknologi Roxy in order to hold out. So I would say that is a decent defense considering that they've been on the deficit for the longest of time. Very huge opportunity right there with all these combos coming out. It's only a couple of final touches that was required in order to take out J. Leo as well as Aru. It definitely is very tricky as APU Hanuman feels a high mobility composition that could easily just move in and out of that fight. Now, this is where it could be either a huge turning point for Teknologi or perhaps the end of the round, as the Lord is already up available. Aru gets a head start. No members out of Teknologi Roxy. They're hoping to just pull off a full line of defense, and just hugging by the base is all that they could possibly do at the moment. Definitely would take a minute's wait before the Lord would advance right through either side of the lanes. You can see patience coming out of these members of APU Hanuman. Just waiting to see if Teknologi falls for some of all these traps being set up. Or marching in the way. Mid-side is where they will have to focus their attention. Should be able to neutralize the pressure, but if any members of Teknologi Roxy goes down right now, it definitely will be very concerning. Huge waves crashing from top as well as bottom, and Lord is already into the base. Hal looking for his way out of the fight, and it will be the Export jumping in for the killing spree. Todd, next one on the chopping block, as one after another Teknologi members fall flat. APU Hanuman looking for the perfect game, needing the battlefield blow onto Shinra, and hunting out for Hal as well. They want the entirety of the cleanup, and YJ is the only one to survive, but it doesn't matter, as APU Hanuman starts off the cleanest 1-0 victory. What an impressive opening coming in from the home team. APU Hanuman putting up a performance of probably the day. I mean, that is just absolutely flawless. I kind of wish that there's going to be a couple of highlights out of what we have gotten back in game 1, but overall, the game plan was absolutely solid from the get-go when it comes down to the bans as well as the draft, where there is a lot of flexibility heading into what they have with their mobility and huge stack of crowd control on top, and their openings in order to enable the smartest from that turtle fight in the first couple of minutes in order to just snowball their way. And I just really felt that from the side of Tar UMT, they definitely have to readjust some of these ideas because they have a big picture, but they have to find ways to activate some of all the steps in order to get everything running perfectly because they're looking for those 5 versus 5 setups on those team fights, but they're definitely not having it running all too well in the early game, and that's where they're slowly bleeding out advantages after advantages. And it was just rather unfortunate that it has turned out that way, that it becomes overwhelming for them to take. So first, we'll definitely have to look into game 2, where not if Tar UMT Roxy can bounce back out of this. So we'll definitely have to check out some of the stats of the match. So with that being said, we'll be looking in for a bit of a break as we will have teams preparing for their upcoming draft. So don't go anywhere as we'll be right back for more Mobile Legends action here at the ACS Edu Tour.
Letting love pass by, something I've done so many times. Trying to keep my head high while everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the letting go of the past, I can never understand. So many questions, why? Well, everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for, waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. Oh, oh,
myself again. You hit just like a drug. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with fire. No, I didn't I'm the prey. But this time I won't collide like I did yesterday. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. Well, you're bad, but you're bad it for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves. Far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you, I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today. Tú tienes la pócima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que de ti I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que de ti I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart.
And welcome back once again to the ACS EDU Tour. My name is Contra, your caster for the entirety of the day of Week 2 of Mobile Legends action here in the league stages, as we'll dive right into Game 2, as we've already got APU taking the lead. Let's see what TAR UMT has got here in Game 2. We've already got halfway through the picks and bans, as well as some of all these heroes already locked in. It seemed like APU Hanuman's going to stick to the usual this time, bringing the Frederick on top as well. So this is going to look pretty standard for what they've had to offer back in Game 1, where it was an absolute flawless victory for the team. Meanwhile, Target to Roxy, they have definitely changed up their draft here, especially with the pickup of Vincitar as well as Lapu Lapu, giving them a lot more of that durability as well as some of all these catch potential. And I do love for the fact that they picked Lilia to hit directly into the mid lane as well. But when we take a look into the ban list, once again, a lot of priority from Target MT Roxy to remove some of all these EXP laners, and I wonder what else do they really want to take out. And seems to the rest of APU Hanuman, now that they have left out the Mortis to be opened up, they want to ensure that Target MT Roxy does not secure it, and they just banned out Carry so that there's not going to be any form of a shred. That means that there is going to be some beefy front line for APU Hanuman being cooked up. So well, I gotta say, just let the man cook, I guess. Or, I'm not exactly in the venue right now. Could be a female. I wouldn't want to assume genders right now. It's 2023. So, moving into our final ban, and that is going to be the Minotaur. So, great read coming in from Tar UMT Roxy, since they have already some of all these, but I don't think they predicted a Helker to be picked up right here. So APU Hanuman says, you know what, that is Game 1 was just a little bit of the serving of entrees, and now into the main course they're doubling down on the damage numbers. But what I do love right now is the adaptation of the draft coming in from Target MT Roxy. They're bringing in Ling as well as Wan. And this is definitely going to be absolutely hard to catch, so it doesn't matter who this Hellcat wants to chase, it will be absolutely difficult of a task. especially when you're going up against a Ling.
Fun is all
So
that matters.
I want to see how much can Tar UMT do with such a composition, because one thing about this composition is that sure, it does hit hard when it comes down to what Kong, Hao, as well as Shinra can do in the span of the early game to the late game, but it will definitely be a lot more difficult as time progresses, because when you look at APU Hanuman, they do have a very steady draft from the early game all the way into the late game. It's not something that yells, hey, I'm gonna just dance around and go and pick up takedowns along the way, but it really tells you that there is going to be a lot of skirmishes that will happen, and if they prolong it, they will definitely find another victory. But with Tar UMT changing up the draft entirely, I'm feeling rather convinced that we're going to be getting ourselves a great series to kickstart off our day. So we'll definitely have to take a look if this is going to be any different. Tar UMT Roxy looking for a chance at redemption. That will be a pretty important point for them to take if they can tie this series up. Of course, other teams are looking to secure a 3-pointer. The only 3-pointer that is achievable right now is for APU Hanuman, as Tar UMT Roxy has already lost a round in the best of 3. Now, they're definitely going to be stacking up against Rose for now, but it's a Phobius. He could basically be durable enough to withstand some of all these heat that'll be thrown under his wings. If he actually does have wings, of course. Meanwhile, Wolf just having a great effort of leash in order to speed up the process of what's in the jungle. Aru now play aggressively as they will take control of the Little Wanderer, uncontested by Tar UMT. The double stack coming in from Rims over the mid side. This is going to be pretty daunting. And here comes the leap over the mid side. There could be giving chase. Rims, he's dropping pretty low. Has to pop the Victor, and New will be first blooded. Aru, 2 games in a row with the first blood. Just shows you how dominant they are. If there is going to be any form of MVP, we're definitely looking at the jungler from APU, as they have been able to hyper scale their way throughout the course of all these battles, but this is still too soon to tell. Over the top side, Rims spots out 3 members of APU Hanuman right there and then, and they do think that this isn't worth the contest, but Aru just waits for nobody as he's already working onto that turtle. But is there going to be any retaliation coming in from Roxy? They do get a catch over onto Leo, not the target they want, but hero wolf manipulation is now being utilized as well. Rims brought down low, and Aru will still be able to secure the turtle. Shinra has to shred the target's over back. Wolf will not be able to catch him with the flicker being involved. YJ slowly cuts through the health bars and Rose gets the takedown. First kill for Tar UMT, but that will be another trade going on. Rims gets blown off as well. A 3-for-1 exchange. And it may have actually looked pretty close during the initial front of the battle, but APU Hanuman have been able to at least extend the fight and outlast them in the course of duration. RUMT Roxy definitely sees a lot of improvement as compared to game number 1, where they didn't have any form of leeway to even get a lot of all these gold churned back into them. Kong now contesting for the Little Wanderer, but will be jumped by 3 members over the corner. Black Shoes being utilized, and this is where Rims tries to go in for a rescue as well. He is trying to snatch that Little Wanderer away, but will be blown up by Alvin's. And that's already 2 for the marksman of APU Hanuman. Guess Rims just had to really take one for the team, at least saving Kong in the process. So long as they do have the rest of APU Hanuman held up, then it will be fine. But with 4 members of APU now eyeing on towards the top turret, it will be a little bit of a daunting task to actually going for a team fight. But Shinra has spot out Wolf and will commit, looking to shred him to pieces, but will be met by 4 members out of APU Hanuman as well. Shinra will be absolutely slippery. Won't be picked off, especially without any form of stun to actually catch this sling off. All hopes is relying on Lord Shinra on how well he scales, and APU wastes no time yet again looking on that turtle. And every single objective on the map is just well secured by APU Hanuman. They are working so steadily as a team, securing objectives after objectives. As you can see, the team is just absolutely driven to empowering one another, gathering all these resources, and if they have a group assignment, I'm pretty sure they can get an A+. Jaleo almost getting caught up. We'll have to flicker away. They're now being burned, and the rest of APU retaliate, finds Hao, and Ribs might be the next one to go. And here we go again. It's Shinra will be able to fly all the way back to land that catch. And I don't think they even stand a chance. But Kong, he pulls one more back. No more mana for Kong. Gotta run for his life at the moment. My goodness gracious. That was some brutal fights going over a mid side. At the very least, there was some of all these exchanges that did actually favor Kong as well as Shinra. But they're still giving a lot of all these EXP away. Rose now being caught up by Mincetar. Pulled right underneath the turret. But this is a very, very tanky member of APU Hanuman that they're dealing with. So they have to let that one slide. So now infiltrating the jungle. Rose looking for a target. Kong. He's going to find ways to actually secure something right here and now. But Phoebus is just doing pesky things from even right under the turret, dunking onto Ribs as well. And I think that's a little bit too much if he's going 1 versus 2. That is a little bit of freebie given over to Target MT, which they will take at any given chance, of course. I really do wonder how things are going to look like heading into the 10-minute mark. Lord Shinra will spot some of the movements across the river, hoping to actually land the retribution. Still away from Aru, will be able to get it though. A couple of seconds on the clock, and Shinra, he'll steal the turtle away and pops right across the battlefield. In order to shred down Aru, but he's still having some shields going through. J. Leo now real bold manipulation will be able to hold through as YJ's putting down the target, but Rose is popping off. He's looking for everybody else. Rose still fronting out all these members of TAR UMT, but I would say this is a huge win for TAR UMT. Just recuperating some of the losses from the early game, securing the turtle in the very final second. Great work overall coming out of YJ as well as Shinra. Queen One now being purchased by Kong. Now we'll definitely see some huge numbers to be put out by Zludia. But APU Hanuman is definitely taking things a little tad slowly right now, with a little bit more of that intel gathered over onto the purple buff. Now everyone's going to be stacked up for a huge manipulation into the jungle, and that actually lines things up for Alvin. And the perfect angle all the way to the back line, and Aru is just doing all the heavy lifting to shove everybody off. And out of nowhere, Shinra! He just gets deleted, and Rose is still at it once again. Crossbow of tag onto Aru as well. How long can Aru hold on? How? Dropping low, and oh my word! Aru! almost finding every single one of them, but YG stays intact. But 3 members prevail from APU Hanuman to shove down the turret and perhaps getting himself that inhibitor over mid. But Shinra now coming back into the spectrum. Thankfully, the recalls are not stopped right now. The Lord is up available. I don't think that Target MT could rush this though. A very daunting task. But here in game 2, Target MT is definitely putting up a really strong fight. As much as APU is still rather in the lead. But you can see the gap is only 4,000 gold. That's one team fight for Target MT to neutralize whatever pressure that was created from the early game. APU Hanuman already working on the Lord. It seems like the rest of Target MT Roxy doesn't even budge, doesn't check at all. This could be absolutely free. But yet, that being said, this is still rather early. It is 10-minute mark. Still very doable for Target MT Roxy to still clear off the Lord, as they do understand that it is not worth losing members in that team fight. Potential team fight, that is. That did not come to fruition. Shinra hiding over on top side. It's going to be seeking out for Aru, I believe, but it will be tough to actually deal with this veteran. YG now pulls all the way back. This Morph will eventually arrive into the inhibitor, but won't be able to do all too much. Ravens brought down to 50% health. Rose looking to go in for the jump as YJ, he gets locked right in. Won't be able to find any form of knocks over onto Target MT Roxy, so great holding out. Alvin finds another turret down for bomb side. Rose as well as Aru up in the mid lane. Peeling down the turrets, and I'm not sure what Shinra doing out there. Getting caught out and deleted. Aru now dealing with forward. It's just going to be hopping on by as each one of them crumbles into pieces. Knocked down like dominoes. And YJ with the last stand. Can they hold on for dear life? And APU, it's another wipeout. And it will be in 2 games back to back. A clean sweep for APU Hanuman to take 3 points on the block. APU Hanuman definitely doing the varsity proud here in the home ground. Let's give it up for them. You guys are there in the university. You're heroes of the first series. What a display out of all the players on board. I gotta say, even Target MT Roxy put up such a magnificent showing, but once again, that early game pressure coming out of APU was a little too much to be dealt with, and I think that way of controlling the pace of the game from start to finish on how they control objectives, especially on those turtle takedowns as well as Lord, they just understood the timings very, very well. And there is a little bit of these scuffles that did see both sides going on equal grounds. But after all, when we look into these drafts, it definitely looked like the rest of APU Hanuman would excel in those extended trades, and that is what went on for the rest of the match. And I gotta say, it's a great game being well played, and I believe that there is still more games to go. So of course, don't worry guys, if you guys are supporting TAR UMT Roxy, there's still more games to be played out for this squad, so we'll definitely wish them all the best. Meanwhile, congratulations once more to APU University for taking the first win of week 2. So with that being said, we'll go on a short break, and right after this, we'll hop on to our next series.
Di sebuah bandaraya, rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB eSports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan di kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4.
Big difference sebab dekat M4 nampak macam diorang ada identity crisis. They're not sure how they want to play the game. They're not sure who's going to be the carry, what kind of rotation that we're going to use.
Contohnya macam Momo cover lebih daripada satu role, Ciku juga lebih daripada 2 role sekalipun di cover. Jadi ini membuatkan pasukan tu terlalu, boleh saya katakan sedikit berselaru, hilang identiti.
Lapun digugurkan ketika ini. Sedih, ya. Kecewa, ya. Tapi apa lagi yang perlukan? Apa lagi yang kita kurang sebenarnya untuk membawa jalur gemilang ke Grand Final di peringkat yang lebih tinggi?
But for this season, like you said, they're very focused. Chiku, you only play gold lane. Chiku, you only think about how we're going to win. And everyone else is going to provide the coverage for Chiku guys. So for this season, it's definitely different where they're very focused on their own style of play, which is the Langga playstyle, but now it's almost like the lawan balik kind of Langga where you're trying to make the opponent fight you and then you win the fight eventually.
Bila player dengan coach Filipin masuk ni, dia lain sikit daripada kebiasaan kita orang buat lah. Selalu dia lebih kepada disiplin.
At first, it's hard because of the language. There are those times that I cannot understand them and they cannot understand me. But me and Jim figured it out like, okay Jim, I will tell you the instructions, then you translate it to them. So that's what happened. That's why our work get easier because of it.
Pemasukan Coach BF saya rasa dia lebih ke arah disiplin lah. Sebab kita orang ni tak ada disiplin sangat. So bila dah ada dia ni, kita orang lebih ke arah disiplin. And ingatlah motif kita nak main dan tujuan kita main sebab apa.
MVP is Chico Guys!
So I've known Chiku before he entered Toda. So I've known him for a while now, and I feel like he really did not change much. And yes, he is comfortable on camera, but he's more comfortable in stream. So maybe the viewers online are not as intimidating as the viewers in person.
Apa perbezaannya yang you telah dapat di diri you sendiri?
Perbezaan, dulu saya single, sekarang saya dah kahwin.
Kalau Ciku ni sebelum kahwin ni dia jenis kaki langgar, tak kisah kalau sebelum ni Punis kan girlfriend dia kan, dia langgar je Punis tu. Sekarang ni dah kahwin tu dia macam, okay ni wife aku kena jaga dia, dia tak langgar dah. Itu Ciku lah.
I think he's an absolute legend. I think that he really pushes the agenda and he really knows how to test the limits, or at the very least, very situationally aware of what he's capable of on a particular marksman. Although the meta has shifted and Chiku has definitely changed roles, he has to evolve with the times. I feel that Chiku is still at the age where he's adaptable, but age is eventually going to catch up to him at some point, and we just don't know when.
Kalau bagi saya, selagi saya rasa saya boleh main, walaupun tak macam orang lain kan, macam kalau main macam fasian main. Tapi bagi saya, benda tu tak penting, dia lebih ke arah on point lah. So selagi saya boleh on point kan benda-benda yang penting, selagi tu saya akan main lah. Kalau dah sampai masa memang tak boleh, stop lah.
Pasukan Toda meneruskan dinasti mereka. 4 berbalas kosong, 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Untuk season ni ramai orang yang toksik, ramai orang yang maki, kata suruh keluar Toda, Moon dengan Ciku suruh keluar Toda apa semua. But in the end of the day, kita orang mesti dapat buat lah. So bersyukur saya sangat kepada Allah SWT yang memberi kita orang kawan-kawan yang macam family macam ni. So alhamdulillah sangat-sangat lah.
You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise. Yo! Don't be afraid to let go, just a little bit more. Taking the heavenly glow, we've come to adore. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise.
intoxicated, I'm a race. Hoping I can drown my sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. So I'm addicted to it. Visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, 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 closer. Visions of you. Hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I don't feel my fear. hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown in sorrow, but I love that taste.
Visions of you.
Come closer. Closer. Visions of you. 9:30 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste.
Visions of you.
Man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I said yes. Just Just I said just you know I said just just you know I said just
you are my lucky charm. I hold you close in the night in my arms. And when we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, in the light of day. And when we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, in the light of day. Sweet delight, you are my lucky charm. I hold you close in the night in my arms. And when we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, in the light of day. Sweet delight, you are my lucky charm. I hold you close in the night in my arms. And when we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day.
I'ma cock my 9 and mother. Just wish he knew. Just wish he knew.
Welcome to my tea party. Cookie?
Whose balloon is this? It's mine. Oh, Penny, can you pass on the Witcher board for me? You sure? I am Belle. Can't you tell? You will meet my haunted friends, or you will go to hell.
Oh, by the way, have you met Chucky yet?
Yo, what's up, bro?
You've been lost and alone in the city of lights. I know. Getting hot, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights. I know, but I will guide you home. Fight your battles, always by yourself. In the shadows, hear you cry for help. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights. I know, I know. Getting hot, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights. I know, but I will guide you home. Letting love pass by, something I've done so many times. Trying to keep my head high while everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the letting go of the past, I can never understand. So many questions, why? Well, everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for, waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. Oh, oh, I've been waiting for, waiting for. Oh, oh, the one that pulled me out. myself again. You hit just like a drug. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with fire. No, I didn't numb the pain, but this time I won't collide like I did yesterday. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. Well, you're bad, but you're bad it for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves, far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you, I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today. Tú tienes la pócima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. Well, you're bad, but you're bad it for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves, far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you, I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today.
I never thought I'd feel like this. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could. Never thought I'd be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending that time in love like I should. No more struggling for my blood. I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like this. Feel like this. Feel like this. I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like this. Feel like this. Feel like this. I never thought I'd feel like this. Be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending my time this life cannot be lost forever. I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone. Can we live for tonight? Run away. Let's run away, run away. Can we get out of sight? Fly away. Let's run away, run away. See the constellations. They remind me that this life cannot be lost forever. I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone. Can we live for tonight? Run away. Let's run away, run away. Can we get out of sight? Fly away. Let's run away, run away.
Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I step my ground until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and hold my head up high. No, I'm not giving in. No, I'm not giving in.
I can't take it anymore. My mind's about to go to war. I need someone to save me from myself, to hear me cry when I call out for help. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. Like a volcano. Blow it up like a volcano. What you do, what you do, what you do to me? Can't you see what it means when you set me free? What you do, what you do, what you do to me? Can't you see what it means when you set me free? Another day to lose control. There's a fire in my bones. My sight gets blurry, pushing back the tears. Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano.
They say every day's a new day. Live it like your last day. It's okay to feel great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're all jumping on a new wave. Time goes by, but I'll stay stuck up in my old ways. So hard to unlearn habits we got addicted to. I'm trying to change my life, but so much easier to say than do. Oh, please help me. Please go easy on me. I can't believe it's so hard for me to see that I deserve this. Deserve to feel happy now. So please go easy. Please go easy on me. Go easy on me. Go easy on me. Easy on me. Don't give me a hard time, just let me live my life in peace. My life in peace. Been broken a long time, don't remember the highlights of me. Highlights of me. Oh, please help me. Please go easy on me. I can't believe it's so hard for me to see that I deserve this. Deserve to feel happy now. So please go easy. Please go easy. So hard to unlearn habits we got addicted to. I'm trying to change my life, but so much easier to say than do. Oh, please help me. Please go easy. Please go easy.
You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise. Yo! Don't be afraid to let go, just a little bit more. Taking the heavenly glow, we've come to adore. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise.
Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown my sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. So I'm addicted to it. Visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, 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 closer. Visions of you. Half past 9 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. Half past 9 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrow, but I love that bitter taste. Visions of you. Come closer. Closer, visions of you. Half past 9 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. Visions of you.
Man, you need some headphones, bro.
know I suggest. Just
Oh man, you need some headphones, bro.
you know I suggest. You know I suggest. You know I suggest.
Oh man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I suggest. You know I suggest. You are my lucky charm. I hold you close in the night in my arms. And when we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, in the light of day. When we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, in the light of day. You are my lucky charm. I hold you close in the night in my arms. And when we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, in the light of day.
I'ma cock my 9 and I'ma kill a mother.
just wish you knew.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ACS Edu Tour for more Mobile Legends action. And my name is Contra. We're going to be moving into our upcoming series. But before that, of course, a huge shout out to all of our partners for making this possible, as this is all presented to you by Nubia. And keep your eyes out for some of these codes that will pop on the screen, because you may stand a chance to win a brand new smartphone. That is right, guys. If you guys want to walk away with a brand new smartphone, make sure you keep your eyes on the screen. And of course, thanks to FlyFM, our official media partner, our beverage partner, Marigold, and also not forgetting our telco partner, Unify Mobile. Well, let's not waste any more time, and let's jump straight into action. Now, our upcoming match will be APU Hanuman versus UITM All-Stars. Once again, another team representing everybody who is currently studying in the venue itself. I'm pretty sure that if your friends are playing, you want to cheer them on. So we have seen them play on stage earlier today, and they will field the same roster with Alvin, Aru, and Void, Wolf, as well as Rose. Meanwhile, from UITM All-Stars, we got Aish, Siti Nursana, Eva, Friz, me, Rin, as well as Resh. So, with that being said, let's see what will they feel as we move into our picks and bans. And just like before, APU Hanuman will secure themselves that Kaja pick, and we've seen how effective Wolf have been able to lead the charge, picking players off with his divine judgment when that's available. And we've already got all the bans true, so you've got Ling taken out, no Joy in this game as well, and not forgetting that pesky Kadita. Meanwhile, on the side of UITM All-Stars, we're looking at pretty standard meta bans coming across the board with Uranus, Arlot, and also strong opening coming in from Siti Nursana as well as Resh, as they're going to be picking up that Paquito as well as a Claude. Oh, mind me. I mean, I just had my lunch, so gotta get myself sorted out. Now, heading into the side of APU Hanuman, we've got another solid Fredrin pickup coming in for Rose once more. I believe this is going to be played by the hands of Aru, that has been jungling for the team for most part. So she's always been the trusty and reliable hyper carry from the jungles. So I want to really see what J Leo has to offer this time around. Oh my word, it's a Faramis. And I think that this is definitely going to be a very difficult way for UITM All-Stars to find a direct approach into the fights. They will have to find ways to go for pickoffs, and is that a Nana that I am seeing right here. Say, nah, there's better options out there. He's the way to go heading into the mid lane. Now, moving into our second picks and bans. This is going to be mainly focused on the side lanes in particular. So any form of tanks that has not been picked up yet will probably be eliminated. I think like we've seen things like a Lapu Lapu before. A Minsitar was also being displayed by the teams playing in the first stage of today. But I believe that UITM All-Stars, they got something up their sleeves right now. So you got plenty of options available. If you want to go for Yuzong, that's also up. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing a little bit more of that priority of the ban hitting into the marksman. So that's going to be limiting a little bit more of the pull out of APU. Interesting enough that APU Hanuman, for 2 series in a row, they've prioritized on this Franco ban. Sometimes it's all about that one hook that will disrupt the tempo of any form of these battles. So you definitely don't want to deal with too much of all these stuns as well as crowd control, so it's absolutely understandable.
Wait for it.
Bruno being banned off. No Shred for days. It seems like they are limiting a lot of all these pool. I mean, when we go into the marksman category, there's still Brody that's still available, but then again, UITM All-Stars, they've already had a Claude. They don't really have to look for that. But that Brody, if it's not being banned off, I guess APU Hanuman might actually lend their hands on it. And my goodness, all these crowd control abilities are being negated as that crew force can be off, but it will be an export that will be stolen away from APU, which was played really, really well in the past round, which I believe it was either Alvin that was on that hero itself. And are we going to get another round of Martis for Aru? I would definitely love to see it. Seems like it's going to be the exact same type of composition. Sticking to the standard stuff, APU Hanuman doesn't really want to reveal too much tricks up their sleeves as they're still playing in the league stages. You got weeks to go before we get into the grand finals, and every single point does matter from here on. I think it doesn't seem to be too bad of a choice, especially when you have a Kaja on the opposite side. Thinking about Lolita here, very safe pick, as it will definitely give them a little bit more of a layer of defense up in the front lines, especially with a Numenon Blast that might be able to alter the course of the battle. If it does hit onto majority of the target, that is. Now, with all the composition settled up, I believe that we have ourselves an equal footing on both ends. Looking strong on the team fights for both APU as well as UITM. This is one battle that you do not want to miss out. So let's get it on as we will move into our best of 3 series. We've already seen a 2-0 victory for APU Hanuman, and we'll see where or not can UITM All-Stars find ways to dent their hopes of proceeding with that clean record.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Pretty sounded start coming in from both ends without any form of invades at all. APU Hanuman definitely is a force to be reckoned with. On the first game that they played today, not even dropping a single kill to their opponents. And UITM All-Stars, I'm pretty sure that they have already watched some of all these actions if they were early into the opening rounds. We do have concurrent matches happening at the same time if you guys are also coming in from other bar cities. Oh, looks like Cynthia Norsana's interested in a little bit of a duel up in the early game. 3 members stacked up. Aru, can he actually get it though? The bump is still intact, and it will be me as well as Eyes running for their lives. But where can they go? It's first blood for Day Leo. Quicker away, Wolf will be able to get some opening grounds for him to escape. And at least UITM All-Stars negate any form of danger, only cutting their losses by 1. That was pretty intense to begin our round here in our second series of the day. But I would say that this is still anybody's game. Oh, so it looks like we have a Geek Fam supporter in the house. We do love all these esports stickers, and hopefully, maybe one of these days, if they train hard enough, they might be scouted out. Meanwhile, Egoist now will be chased right under, but there is just about enough backup coming from Aish, as well as me, to come in with a counter flank. Beautiful work from UITM All-Stars to equalize with one of their own. So Rose has definitely got a lot of work to do throughout the round, and Aru will definitely have to steer away from those invades from now on. UITM All-Stars get that free access into that turtle right now, spotted out by Wolf. Rose is going to join in the fray, meanwhile being caught out by 2 of these members. Falling into the trap, but Jaleo is going to be able to come in for a little bit of backup. Danger negated from both ends. Turtle now dropping pretty low. Let's see who's going to be able to get that red free. Eagle is popping up for Yarga Armor, and Aru will be able to secure it. Quick hands on that retribution. And I believe that he just redeemed himself after being knocked out early on. 2 minutes, 50 seconds into play, and we are already having so many happenings across the map, and oh boy. Paquito, City Norsana has no business doing all the way across that lane. But you just take a look at the roam, so efficiently executed by APU Hanuman. They're just basically picking up whatever that comes along the way. Whereas I should definitely have to do exactly the same, as there is another one biting the dust. Me didn't even get to go back into the lane in time. Jaleo being chased by Egoist, pops Firagama, and will be able to get one for Ice, but he's putting himself in danger. And there goes Egoist, but Alvin, he's not really out for the count just yet. Ice tries to lock him down. Refs out of position, tries to turn back, but gets absolutely caught up by APU. A lot of back and forth action through the river. My. It looks like it's just chaos all around, but the biggest victor here out of the many players, I would say, has to be Aish on that Eve. Perfect positioning, getting a couple of clips, and now 3 points of elimination ahead, and oh boy, Wolf is got to get out of there. Flickers away, just steers clear away from that Numenon blast, and it's gonna be Aru looking to cut off the exit plans, and me once again walking into a death trap. My. I believe that Mies is having a really rough time right now. Everywhere he goes, he's just getting caught out. Currently level 5, whereas every other player is going to be 6 and above, and we're looking at Aru at 8. Oh boy. I think like UITM All-Stars may have actually had a lot of eyes on all these fights, but they really gotta look out for themselves as well. They're targeting Wolf, but that's not really the target that they really want. Flickers away. Rose comes back in, covers a lot of ground. Numenon blast! Hoping to steal it away, but Aru still secures it. Here comes the Firaga pushing onto multiple members, but it is not enough. APU still crushes in that fight. My goodness. A solid delivery out of APU Hanuman. The clear backings from one another not only gets them the turtle, but also opens up a little bit more room through the mid lane. And UITM All-Stars really bit too much more than they can chew. 4 members stacked over the bottom side. Resh has really got to pay attention into this current position, as he's got to give a little bit more of that spacing. You definitely don't want to deal with that Kaja. Meanwhile, split push happening over the top side as well. A little bit more of the high control over the volumes, as Jaleo understand that this is a little bit out of his boundaries, will have to actually let go of their structure, and that's going to be an equal trade. At least UITM All-Star is looking for avenues to regain a little bit more of that goal to equalize. Wolf now coming across these corners. He still has Aru coming into the fray. Egoist popping for Arga Armor early to go in for an exit plan, but Wolf is on the hunt. Actually, it's not the one that he wants. A little bit further away from the rest of the members, but this Martis is really up to something. He's going up against a Paquito. He just wants that crap for himself. We'll be able to get the goal, and yeah. Say hello, kitty. Another turtle spotting up real soon over the bottom side of that river, and Wolf is just going to be able to seek out some vital information here with two members right around the corner of the brush. This is where they will be able to find ways to maneuver and dance around this turtle. We'll see who's going to be able to get it. Four members stacked up. UITM All-Stars. Oh, they're playing with fire here, literally, with Egoist. Definitely a little bit more dangerous, and they really got to be careful of their position. Face checks into the bush, and it's going to be a divine judgment that will pull Egoist away. And the non-blast will be able to connect it up to two. A huge setup for City North Sada. And here comes the Claude, spraying away. As that blazing duet will be able to chip their health bars off. And that opens up a lot more spacing for UITM to secure this turtle for himself. APU Hanoa has no gas left in the tank, but here comes more of these pressure onto me. He's just going to be baiting it and switching all the way back up. They've already got what they wanted. The turtle is enough. My. Just when you think UITM would just give way, they just found answers of their own. And APU Hanman will also have to play a little bit more defensively because they were a little overzealous in some of these fights. Trying to camp into that pixel brush, but it's not really the best position possible. A 4-1 setting coming in from UITM All-Stars at the moment. APU Hamneman looking to stabilize after suffering a little bit of that blow across that turtle. It definitely will not want to overextend. Wolf keeps spotting out Egoist. If he could get a catch onto Resh, that will be the golden target, but even bringing a Claw isn't exactly the best of game plan. 1 more minute till we get our first Lord as more invades are coming right through with UITM All-Stars. Aish forcing a flicker. This is going to be pretty huge for APU Hanuma. And he spot out Egoist. Pops the armor, but they will have one turret being destroyed. Doesn't really matter too much. At least there's no casualty coming from UITM. Quick reflexes, but they might actually give way into a little bit of that room over the top side. I mean, that's going to be a little bit of that build up, 20 more seconds into the Lord, but I don't think it's going to be wise for our side to be contesting or committing into the Lord unless if they're just baiting for another fight. UITM All-Stars have been excelling in every single 5 versus 5s, and I gotta say, APU, if you guys are cheering on for your home team, you definitely gotta be a whole lot louder. Now here comes Wolf. Gets a perfect pickup, but Sana will be able to dance right away. Rose tries to cut them off as well. A quarter of health left over onto the Lord, and this is where they commit. Neon Blast onto Trey. No, but Neon Blast is going to be able to set things up for a huge placing duet, and Red is just shredding them down. Rose is not going to be able to hold off for far too long. And Aru depleted, and this fight will seem to be in the favor of UITM. So little health bar. I guess the only good news for APU is that this is going to be a hard Lord for them to take. But Egoist, they're still teasing on. But that's just basically buying a lot more attention coming in from APU. I mean, Wolf He may have actually have his ultimate up, but he's got to save that Divine Judgment for some other targets right there. Wretch is already back up online. They're still committing though. Where is the rest of UITM? They're jumping in all the way through. Me buying a lot more time, sacrificing himself, and the Lord is in the hands of UITM. Phenomenal game that we do have here in APU. This is just the start of the best of 3, and it's already so action-packed with a total of 19 eliminations across the board with only, 11 minutes to play? Well, make it 12 in a couple of seconds, of course. Now you're looking at Rose forcing to go for defensive options of items. Aru tries to take down the health bars, or should I say the armory of what an export will basically deal. And man, this export will have a total of 3 lives basically, so definitely not going to be the priority target for APU Hanuman. We'll have to give a lot of room for UITM if they do have the Lord pushing over the top side. And the Calaminian is coming right through. The Luminon blast over on the 2 members. And UITM collapse again, diving right in. Just having all the elements spread right through. But they answer quickly. Aru coming in with a decimate, looking for his target, but won't be able to actually handle too much. But Rose will be able to gang up over onto City Nursana. I don't think he'll be able to have enough room to be able to seek his way out, but with enough mobility, this Paquito is out of the picture. UITM All-Stars. Sure, they may have actually lost a couple of the members out there, but in terms of map control, they still got 70% of the map under their hands. But this is far from over, I would say. APU, yes, they are ahead in terms of those numbers, but the goal lead is just less than 200 goal. I mean, it's currently insignificant. So we're going to see pretty much 2 lives on Wolf. And the Lord spawning right up, and that will be that golden ticket for APU's resurgence back into the lead. Or the driver's seat, I must say. UITM just trying to find the timings right. They are giving a lot of priority onto the lure, whereas the 2 members of UITM All-Stars are keeping some of these members of APU easy at the moment. Blade of Despair now completed by Alwyn. As City Norsana, they're just causing distraction. Are they going to buy it though? Oh, this is going to be a little bit difficult, but they're not basically fooled by that. APU Hanuman, they know what is at stake right now. Aru now being gated off completely, but Wolf, he's got a firm entry. He spots them out. And is he going to be able to steal it though? The Retry is not aware around. It will have to give way. Alpha will be able to steal this one for UITM. And immediately pulling all the way back. Wolf has got to get out of there. 4 members collapse. And do they want to pick up this fight? Seems like they do. APU Hano has got no other options left. Real world manipulation. Only catching a few members, dropping these health bars down low. APU Hanuman, they will be held right back. And the rest were forced to run right back into the base. Just look at the immaculate control of team fights, all handled well by UITM All-Stars. They just knew the map like the back of their hands. I mean, just look at the positioning. Now with the Lord pushing down for bottom as well, this is going to be so tough for APU Hanuman. They finally met their match. No more clean games to start things off here. Ego is just far too tanky right now. And a hair strand or a sneeze would basically take this turret down. No pressure at all. Meanwhile, a fight happening over top side that Sana will be able to get out of. One after another, these turrets will crumble. And now the last stand begins for APU Hanuman. All the cards stacked against them, and the Numenor blast! Alongside with eyes clipping onto every member out there looking for wolves, as they'll be able to hold on. They cleared up all the minion waves, and they will not find anything at all. A solid defense coming from APU Hanuman, and then coming right back into action. Wolf, get into it. Can he actually hold the line? And then we'll have to find me, Resh, by being out there in the corner, but they're having their health bar slowly chipped away. Only 3 more members left, but they're basically dealing all of their health bars away. One after another chasing upon them. Wolf is way too tanky. He buys so much time, and they have all the parties right, clearing waves after waves, and they are still doing this like an MMA match. But with that said and done, 3 members versus 1, this ain't going to be fair. UITM takes game 1. An epic win and a hot-fought matchup, giving APU their first loss of the day in the best of 3. And UITM All-Stars are on absolute fire. The finesse that they've displayed and the level of teamwork that they've had shows that they've been working really hard to get everything right on the board. And I'm just absolutely baffled by how well things have gone for the team. But not only that, when we look into the entire roster of APU Hanuman, they play perfectly as well. Perhaps in that couple of team fights around 5-minute mark onwards, they start to lose out a little bit more. But just taking a look at how these members of UITM All-Stars perform, they are very willing to put the bodies into very difficult circumstances in order to secure objectives after objectives, and that's how they've been able to leverage off some of all these trades. So that was game 1. Man, I can't believe it on how amazing it was, but we still have a lot more to go. So we're going to see what game 2 offers, and I hope that you guys have been able to keep your eyes on the screen because we still have more Nubia smartphones to give away. So with that said, I believe that we're going to be heading into a short little break for the players to prepare their draft for game 2.
Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I step my ground until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and hold my head up high. No, I'm not giving in. No, I'm not giving in.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we are moving into our second game. The first round secured by UITM, and we've already got the drafts all secured as we proceed into round two. And at the current state of the performance of both teams, I'm definitely calling this a game tree angle when we look into the draft. This time around, we're looking at a very different type of setup that UITM is offering with Matilda, Yi Xunshin, Claude, even the Layla. Oh, wait a minute. What? Oh? Is this a surrender? I can't believe it. Well, I definitely need a confirmation, so we'll definitely have to check with the team. Perhaps there is a little bit of a hiccup on the draft itself, so don't worry about that. So, we'll definitely have to wait for a little bit more of news coming from the production end of stuff, and we'll just have a couple of minutes of chit chat. So while you guys are here in APU, or if you're currently watching online, keep your eyes out on some of these codes that will be dropped in the middle of the stream, because you have a chance to win yourselves a brand new smartphone, all thanks to the courtesy of Nubia, as well as the people of ZTE. And not only that, if you guys are thirsty and you want something refreshing, you can definitely get yourself some Marigold Peel Fresh from our beverage partners. So with that being said, I believe that the call was to actually go for that remake. So I believe that we'll be moving right back in the draft, because there was a little bit of that error. So whenever we're ready, we'll just jump back into what that is offered through the draft so that we can take a look. So let's check it out.
A punch for a punch.
Your team is picking.
Now, going back into the draft itself, now we could finally see how it runs from start to finish. Jaleo is still considering a Karina, but instead switches it back into Martis, which is something that APU Hanuman has been very comfortable with. So we'll be sticking back to the usual. Meanwhile, over on the side of UITM All-Stars, I believe there will be no form of changes, because judging from the form of picks that they had, maybe the Layla is a little bit iffy, since they did have a Claude that was under consideration. And here goes the first Valentina pickup. And UITM says, whatever abilities you want to try at me, whatever ultimates that you want to pick up from here on is going to benefit UITM as well. So APU Hanuman has to draft even more carefully from here onwards. And imagine this, Aish, with this Valentina pickup, will be able to find ways to just steal, decimate, and I believe that even Alvin will have a little bit of a hard time in this round because every single heroes from the side of UITM is looking to hop over to the back line to just hunt down their marksman of a Beatrix. Now Wolf instead goes for Ramis here.
To live.
It's interesting to note that this is going to be a very dynamic shift as compared to what we see on the initial draft, which I do not complain. I love the form of changes that is being brought to the table from both ends. Vedran instead being banned by APU, which was used in their prior matchup. And UITM All-Stars going to be doing the same as they will remove Kufa, which was previously also banned by APU themselves. One last ban left remaining on both ends of the spectrum. And we'll definitely have to take a look at what else is the missing puzzle piece. Seems like they've already got beef of this being sorted out, where if they want a dedicated tank, there's still a couple of things that they would want to look into, or if you want supports, maybe an Atlas would be pretty helpful for them to go in for some setups, but not so much for APU, because to even catch a clot, you really got to think. And once more, Valentina is online, and it can be stolen away. Very, very tricky draft. And it seems to be a little bit more of a priority onto that Joy ban, as they do not want to deal with another assassin. Well, technically,
choose my own
Your
path.
team is picking.
they're going to be looking at tanks instead, perhaps. And indeed, they will. And the Kai here in this situation will look to be pretty solid, especially when you get a solid catch onto the Paquito. Putting them down with the whirlwinds. And we're going to see what the response is. It doesn't seem that they've locked in this Akai just yet. So perhaps there is another different form of consideration when it comes down to what they really want to put up over onto the front lines. It's gonna definitely take a while. And oh my. I guess that they've been banning this Franco because they don't want anybody to use it other than themselves. So I would love to see how it actually impacts all these form of fights, and especially now that you're dealing with a Valentina, it definitely does help that Wolf will be able to actually roam around the map and just look for those pickups. And how not to be hooked by a Franco, if you ask me? Just play high mobility, right? Now you will have... Whoa, what do we have here? A Grok. That's something that we haven't seen today. Lancelot is going to be able to match up to the tempo of this Martyr. So this is just going to be a full-on skill matchup from both ends. So we're looking at APU Hanuman to really rely on how much this Faramis can alter the course of those team fights, alongside with how well fed can Alvin be by the middle of the game.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of
this
all
is going to be the
evil
debut
gods.
of Rose with that Edith pickup, and I absolutely do love that they are bringing a lot of all these newer heroes on the block, and that definitely offers a whole lot of variance for them to go into all these team fights, especially with how disruptive Edith can actually be in those team fights with the Primal Wrath. Now, I really want to see how they actually put this into picture when it comes down to those team fights, because this is going to be crucial for APU Hanuman to bounce back into the series. With that being said, UITM now in the lead. And APU, you want to cheer for your homeboys? Make some noise right now as we begin the run here. Round 2, baby. Let's go. Slow and steady does it. Nobody wants to be caught out by a Franco early in the game, but there is already a little bit of a scratch over on the City Norsana. A little taunt doesn't harm too much. I mean, end of the day, if you want to be an upcoming esports player, you definitely need some mental fortitude. And I dare say that we are getting ourselves an MPL quality matchup from these two teams. Huge rotations coming in from the members of UITM All-Stars, but it's not going to be all too disruptive. This Grok is just doing due diligence to disrupt the tempo of the jungle, spots out the Martis over onto the buff. But this Franco is definitely keeping guards, so me cannot afford to tread too deep into the jungle, but they are already moving a 3-member setup over on the Martis. This is going to look pretty daunting. They're going to find a little bit more damage to be done on top, but Aru will still be safe inside his home jungle. Me looking for a second coming. Meanwhile, great tempo play coming in from Wolf keeps his teammates intact. City Norsana has been so disruptive throughout game 1, and look at what's happening over the bottom side. Free farming Edith, and we are already having a little bit more of a proactive move coming in from Aish, hoping to go in for the burst, but no ultimates available. A little bit of overcommitment, burning the flicker very early on this Valentina. They're not going to be able to have that flicker on Valentina for this turtle fight, and this is going to be an easy picking. Egoist got to get the way out of there. Aish now finds that opening room to take out Aru, and there's not going to be a retry. UITM, they will get themselves that turtle and even find for by playing Rose, and there might just be even more bonuses up on the table. Chasing up over on the mid side, but that's all that they can do. 2-for-1 exchange. Great executions and great responses out of APU as well. Very unfortunate that Aru went down a tad too early with that form of commitment, thinking that he would have actually moved out of the pit, but not being able to do so in time as well. Meanwhile, a little bit of a standstill over on the bottom side. This is going to be even Stevens matchup. And City Norsana, not even too concerned about his own well-being. He's going to go in for a little bit more of a tour around the jungle. This is going to buy a lot of intel, so they do know this Marty is going to be up there. A little bit of a proxy of the wave. Meanwhile, 3 members from UITM overlooking some of these camps. APU, Hanuman, they're just going to be able to pull off a decent defense. And it seems like Aru have been able to snatch that little Wanderer. And then you got more! What a hook that was! Whoa! That was nutty. And perhaps there's a little bit more coming into this corner. Aish copies Wolf's ultimate, so they're gonna be able to actually go in for a pick of their own. And here we go, diving under the turn, but that is gonna be a perfect angle for a hook. Aish overstepped his boundaries, and that is definitely a no-go. But 1-for-1 exchange, not too shabby after all. Resh is gonna be able to get out in a jiffy, but there is a turtle contest going on. So much happening across the map. Meanwhile, Aru has no backup whatsoever. Rose a little too late to the scene. And even there is, can APU snatch this one in the back? There's no more retry. And once again, they lost out. Aru, not like this again. Oh, this is so close yet so far. And I believe that we're having some of these players at mythical glory level in terms of how they've been able to play so efficiently on every single second on the clock. Me, makes his appearance over the top side, will be joined by Egoist, and this is where he will soak in some damage. Alvin, the first one to be taken down, and here comes the blazing to win, looking for the second one for UITM. Are they gonna clean up shop? Is gonna be a question, and here comes the trade. Aru arrives in time to counter him. Egoist, he's got so little health, won't be able to walk out alive. And that was a perfect answer. As much as they lost the turret, they got 3 in the bag. And Aru just showing some flair on the smartest. Speaking of which, look at that save coming in. Wolf, how much time can he bought? Couldn't really reach the buff in time to get out. Oh. That could have been his ticket back home. Well, he's being sent to a gray screen, so I guess that's an alternative. But it's not too bad after all. So far, everything looking pretty stable for UITM as they look for another pickup. Wolf gets back into the turret range. Blade of Despair being purchased by Alvin as he won't be taken down. Off of the camera, it works. Meanwhile, over at mid-side, there is another fight happening over the corner. And this isn't going to be all too clean of a dive if they look for one. And me hoping to actually get a little bit more of bait switch up. Leo having some health bars chunked off. This is going to be a buff off limits from the hands of UITM. APU holding their ground, and rightfully so. As that is happening, we do have a turtle attempt over the top side as well. Franco charging right through. So Wolf, this could be a little late. Well, I guess A for effort with that hook. Sana knows he's hiding in the brush and will find that form of punishment. Flicker now being pulled off, and there's just no way out for them. And here goes a huge pop of the armor, and Wolf is going to be the first casualty of the block. Casualty. More coming on the way as this is going to be a killing spree for that Paquito, and it's just going to be bodies all across the floor. But it is APU on the receiving end, with 2 of them being taken out. Just clean dives overall. Oh, this is a huge hook! Turning the tables around. APU unrelenting. As it's going to be a little bit more of a back and forth action, there is a little bit more of a breathing room for the time being. Egoist has been doing a great job so far. I would say the same about Ish coming from UITM. But it was Alvin in many of these fights positioning very, very well. Just getting a lot of all these bursts throughout the course of the battle. And not to mention how effective Wolf has been with all these off the wall hooks, I would say. Oh. Me is just flashing his recall button. I know it's broken. Trying to emulate what Zorn does all the time if you guys watching the MPL Malaysia. And we'll have to wait and see if Sun's going to be able to actually get much out of this, while we do have a free push coming in from Resh. He's going to set up things perfectly. Blazing the wet over onto the members of APU Hanuman. But they rally back on. Aru opens up the roof for this Varamis to secure that double, and they are chasing onto me. I don't think that they will have more left in the tank to get much out of it, but this Paquito doing all the work alone will be able to find Alvin, trying to juke things up, but won't be able to survive. And here comes another hook to bring Sana back. He still has a lot more mobility to get out of danger. Me coming in for the backup as well. That's going to be calling in for a reset. I just can't believe that this is just 10 minutes on the clock. Very equal, even despite it being less than 3,000 gold of a difference for both teams. APU Hanuman seemingly finding another catch. Another big blow. But he's way too tanky, still forcing the figure. This might just be a huge turnaround, but there is a Lord that is being attempted by UITM. APU, they are giving way. And I guess that's all that they could basically do. I just love how is so fearless to get himself all the way into the faces of APU. I mean, gotta show some respect somewhere in it. I mean, getting to the minds of APU Hanuman is one way to win the warfare. Meanwhile, Sana looking absolutely ready. He does land a huge KO. Oh, a little bit of a flashy gathering over the mid side for a little bit of party time. Whereas the Lord could be easily chipped away. They do spot out Rose, but it's going to be pretty hard to actually dive Alvin. APU stabilizes, but they will have to give one turret away. This should be a little bit more of a room of a reset for the time being, as UITM All-Stars, they don't really have the advantages of the minions to be pushing the waves on either side of the turrets. But any more time being bought by APU is just going to benefit them a lot more, so long as this Franco stack up to be a lot more beefier and more damage output coming in from Alvin with those big purchases will definitely do them justice later on. So UITM, they can't afford to just, sit back and press that recall button all the time. Or perhaps they can, and they will do so. Just looking at the itemization, standard type of build that we do have coming in with the demonic embrace for well, lost my train of thought for a moment with these scenes out there. They know it's all fun and games, but by the end of the day, I know. Just having a little bit of a vision denial right now. I was onto builds early on, but yeah, nothing too far off the beaten path of what all these players would usually do when it comes down to that. But interestingly enough, definitely is pretty interesting on how they have been able to set up their emblems, especially now with the new patches. There's a lot more flexibility on how each respective player wants to build their own hero. And I mean, me is definitely not concerned. This Grok can run wherever he pleases. But any further though, this is just going to be a death sentence. All eyes on the prize. APU Hanuman understands the importance of this Lord. And they will try to find an angle. And they really have to brave right through. Sana, me, Aish, they're all chasing right through. Resh could just clear this one alone. A lot of room being taken away, and there's just no chance for APU to react. And once again, they give another Lord to UITM. As we can see on the screen, the tempo has definitely slowed down only within the slightest pace. The Lord is going to be changing the outcome of the next battle. And we can see the rest of UITM All-Stars tunneling down into a 1-4 split formation. APU Hanuman has no other choice but to wait for that golden opportunity and punish any form of aggression being displayed by UITM All-Stars. And here comes the Lord. Egoist is reinforcing the push. We'll be able to escort the Lord over on the top side. A little bit more priority now will need to be stacked up from UITM to also secure one more over the bomb side, but they don't have the minions to do so. APU cutting the losses, losing only one turret. Hey, here comes the dive coming in from Sada. This might just be it. They are just looking for an angle to close off the game, but that burst onto Elba could have actually resulted into a huge fight for APU. to clean them up. Just being extremely careful. Still plenty of chances here for APU to just pull off a huge Todak style comeback. It's a little back and forth coming in from Sana. And look at the sidestep on this gentleman. Like a smooth criminal as they go. Me will be able to get them all clumped up. This is going to be a huge blazing duet onto every other member. Aru does get himself revived once again, but it's going to be Aru trading right back. Sana, he's being a little too greedy, 80, and will be punished for this over-aggression. APU, they're about to find themselves that wipeout. Aish, I don't think this is wise of a choice to stay any longer. And they just basically baited UITM into it. APU understood somebody's got to give, and APU, they're not even going to budge off of their base. What a defensive stance they've held, and actually won out of that. Now they do see potentially the best chance to actually open some spacing on the Lord. Especially with that fight going into that favor. Every single element available on both ends of UITM All-Stars as well as APU Hanuman. UITM All-Stars always the first in line onto the Lord, and there's just no time. Aru, no dashes whatsoever. Guess they just want to play it cool. If they can handle one Lord, perhaps they can handle another more, but all the inhibitors may just be exposed from this point onwards. And the problem is, no members of APU to be seen up mid lane. APU can still have a slight chance into making a huge comeback. Aru will be able to go in to protect Jaleo for only for the slightest bit, and another team fight just collapsed right through the faces of APU's gates. Everybody knocked up into the air as Ego is looking to shred once again, and UITM All-Star closes up the series with a 2-0 victory. And this is why they're called the All-Stars. The best of the best that UITM offers, I do believe. As this was an epic battle akin to what we usually see in the MPL. And I hope that I do see some of these names emerging into the Pro League someday. But of course, don't forsake your studies just yet. Just a friendly advice to everybody out there. So, once more, this whole series will not be made possible without our dear friends as well as our partners that have been able to bring the ACS EDU Tour to all the varsities across universities in Malaysia, as this is presented by Nubia. And also, we got to thank our official media partner, Fly FM, beverage partner, Marigold, as well as Unify Mobile for being our telco partner. That was an amazing series, so we congratulate UITM All-Stars for taking that 2-0 win. Remember, this is still the league stages as teams are gathering points to qualify to the grand finals, which will happen in Paradigm Mall somewhere down the month. So make sure you guys check that one out. As you are still around the university, or if you're hanging out online, there's still more games to go. But for now, we'll definitely have to go for a break, and we will bring you another epic series of Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Di sebuah bandaraya, rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB eSports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan di kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends Back M4.
Big difference sebab dekat M4 nampak macam diorang ada identity crisis. They're not sure how they want to play the game. They're not sure who's going to be the carry, what kind of rotation that we're going to use.
Contohnya macam Momo cover lebih daripada satu role, Ciku juga lebih daripada 2 role sekalipun di cover. Jadi ini membuatkan pasukan tu terlalu, boleh saya katakan sedikit berselaru, hilang identiti.
Lapan digugurkan ketika ini. Sedih, ya. Kecewa, ya. Tapi apa lagi yang perlukan? Apa lagi yang kita kurang sebenarnya untuk membawa jalur gemilang ke Grand Final di peringkat yang lebih tinggi?
But for this season, like you said, they're very focused. Ciku, you only play gold lane. Ciku, you only think about how we're going to win. And everyone else is going to provide the coverage for Ciku guys. So for this season, it's definitely different where they're very focused on their own style of play, which is the Langga playstyle, but now it's almost like the lawan balik kind of Langga where you're trying to make the opponent fight you and then you win the fight eventually.
Bila player dengan coach Filipin masuk ni, dia lain sikit daripada kebiasaan kita orang buat lah. Selalu dia lebih kepada disiplin.
At first, it's hard because of the language. There are those times that I cannot understand them and they cannot understand me. But me and Jim figured it out like, okay Jim, I will tell you the instructions, then you translate it to them. So that's what happened. That's why our work get easier because of it.
Pemasukan Coach BF saya rasa dia lebih ke arah disiplin lah. Sebab kita orang ni tak ada disiplin sangat. So bila dah ada dia ni, kita orang lebih ke arah disiplin. And ingatlah motif kita nak main dan tujuan kita main sebab apa.
is Chico, guys!
So I've known Chiku before he entered Toda. So I've known him for a while now, and I feel like he really did not change much. And yes, he is comfortable on camera, but he's more comfortable in stream. So maybe the viewers online are not as intimidating as the viewers in person.
Perbezaannya yang you telah dapat di diri you sendiri?
Perbezaan? Dulu saya single, sekarang saya dah kahwin.
Kalau Ciku ni sebelum kahwin ni dia jenis kaki langgar, tak kisah kalau sebelum ni Punis kan girlfriend dia kan. Dia langgar je Punis tu. Sekarang ni dah kahwin tu dia macam okey ni wife aku kena jaga dia tak langgar dah. Itu Ciku lah.
I think he's an absolute legend. I think that he really pushes the agenda and he really knows how to test the limits, or at the very least very situationally aware of what he's capable of on a particular marksman. Although the meta has shifted and Chiku has definitely changed roles, he has to evolve with the times. I feel that Chiku is still at the age where he's adaptable, but age is eventually going to catch up to him at some point, and we just don't know when.
Kalau bagi saya, selagi saya rasa saya boleh main, walaupun tak macam orang lain kan macam kalau main macam fasen main. Tapi bagi saya benda tu tak penting, dia lebih ke arah on point lah. So selagi saya boleh on point kan benda-benda yang penting, selagi tu saya akan main lah. Kalau dah sampai masa memang tak boleh, stop lah.
Pasukan Toda meneruskan dinasti mereka. 4 berbalas kosong, 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Untuk season ni ramai orang yang toksik, ramai orang yang maki, kata suruh keluar Toda, Moon dengan Ciku suruh keluar Toda apa semua. But in the end of the day, kita orang mesti dapat buat lah. So bersyukur saya sangat kepada Allah SWT yang memberi kita orang kawan-kawan yang macam family macam ni. So alhamdulillah sangat-sangat lah.
Ladies,
I'ma cock my 9 mother. I'ma cock my 9. I'ma cock my 9 mother. I'ma cock my 9.
I just wish he knew. I just wish he knew.
Can't you tell? You will be my haunted place, or you will go to hell. Hi, my name is Annabelle, and welcome to my tea party. Boo. Spooky? Hey, Annabelle, yes? Why is my tea floating? Whose balloon is this? It's mine. Oh, Penny, can you pass on the Ouija board for me? You sure? I am Belle. Can't you tell? You will be my haunted friends, or you will go to hell. Oh, by the way, have you met Chucky yet?
Yo, what's up, bro?
They call me Chucky, chopping people's hats. Fear and relentless, the gifted and possessed. A freak show I cause with my heavy wooden legs. This power is a mental, with a psycho flex.
Crowded places, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibition, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights and Know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city late at night, but I will guide you home. Letting love pass by, something I've done so many times. Trying to keep my head high while everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the letting go of the past, I can never understand. So many questions why, well everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for, waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. Oh, I've been waiting for, waiting for. The one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the and I lost myself again. You hit just like a drug. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with fire. No, I didn't numb the pain, but this time I won't collapse like I did yesterday. Yesterday, you broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give it, I can't give it, I won't give it this time. You broke my heart once again. With your breath and your body for me. I can't give it, I can't give it. I've already run with the wolves. Far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you. I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today.
encima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que de ti I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que de ti I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give it, I can't give it, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. Well, you bad, but you bad it for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run my soul far from a lot of the day. I can't go back to you, I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today.
I never thought I'd feel like this. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could. I never thought I'd be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for more good. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like this. Feel like I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like this. Feel like I never thought I'd feel like this. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could. I never thought I'd be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for more good. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel. I never thought I'd feel like. Feel like. Feel like this. Feel like. I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like. Feel like this. Feel like. Feel like. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for more good. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like. I never thought I'd feel like I never thought I'd feel like life could I be lost forever? I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone. Can we live for tonight? Run away. Let's run away, run away. Can we get out of sight? Fly away. Let's run away, run away. I see the constellations. They remind me that this life cannot be lost forever. I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone. Can we live for tonight? Run away. Let's run away, run away. Can we get out of sight? Fly away. Let's run away, run away.
Welcome back, folks. And once again, thank you for joining us here in the ACS Edu Tour. And of course, all of this is presented to you by Nubia. And of course, we got to thank our official media partner, Fly FM, our beverage partner, Marigold, and also our telco partner, Unify Mobile. Also, as a reminder for all of you guys watching through the live stream, we are doing a Nubia phone giveaway during the live stream. So the way to win is to input the code we show on the stream, and we'll be able to, of course, give you guys what you want. The free phone. Everyone loves some free stuff, right? So when you do get the code, make sure you collect it, and of course, DM Crit Esports MY on Instagram with the codes for you to stand a chance to win all of the good stuff. So with that being said, we are hopping into another great series as we have more Mobile Legends action. Let's move to the draft.
Your team is picking.
Heading into our third series of the day, we have TAR UMT as well as APU going head to head. This time it's Total Chaos versus Daddies. And we'll begin with our first pick, heading over to Ariana Grande, I believe. We'll be able to get some good tunes off of this matchup. Now, we already see a couple of all these heroes being locked away, and that's going to be Faramis, Eve, as well as Mincetar. Some of the popular heroes being played out for today. And on the other side of APU Daddies, they don't want to see any form of joy. Well, not the emotion of joy, but the hero itself. Alongside with Valentina as well as Uranus. So, first pickup goes over on Kai, as he will be able to secure the Martis. Possibly has the highest pick rate out of all the heroes so far throughout the course of all the series being played out. So far, we definitely do expect this Martis to be able to, of course, get a lot of all these opening space in order to start some of all these team fights. Meanwhile, that's something we've not seen for a while. I believe that is an alpha. So that is pretty interesting, but definitely we'll want to see what will be paired up along the way. And it is a Sicilian. So you can see that there is a whole lot of sustained damage to be put out by APU Daddy. So definitely something out of the box that we're getting here from the get-go out of the two teams. And also, just for your information right now, this is already our second game between APU Daddies as well as Total Chaos, where APU Daddies have been able to take a win in their first game. Now, into the hands of Chica, we'll be able to secure Kadita, a very stable mage heading into the mid lane, as she is definitely gonna cause a huge impact into these team fights, especially now being paired with a strong, stable EXP laner such as a Yuzong. Now, this is definitely a very formidable squad that we're looking at from TAR UMT Total Chaos. Now, what is the response here coming in from APU Daddies? They will definitely need a marksman, but that will not be the highest of priority. Now, this is just picks after picks that's off the record books. As we have a Florin finally brought to the table, a very powerful support type of mage that's going to be coming right in, that actually offers a lot of bursts from a distance as well. So I'm expecting this to definitely give a high level of impact throughout the course of the battle. Meanwhile, another ban over on to Beatrix, just like what other teams have done prior. The type of burst damage definitely is a little bit pesky, especially when you already have substantial amount of damage being offered by Total Chaos across these 3 picks that they've had in the first phase of the picks. 2 bans though. it seems like the APU Daddy side seems to be a little bit squishy. So I really do wonder if this is going to be a lot of focus onto the tanks that will be banned away by our UMT.
Is the proof that I'm
Sit.
still alive.
They're going to be going in for a Brody ban, as they still have not secured their own marksman as of yet.
Is not just our
Atlas.
It is who
A very good
we
spot
are.
on ban, because that will be a very nasty wombo combo setup that could have easily win fights for Car UMT. So with that out of the way, what else can they bring to the table? I think that Terizla is not going to be the kind of hero that Car UMT would be picking up. So Haja as a support, it's not really, say, the best in this circumstance, but it can make do. I guess like a Kufra isn't going to be all too bad as well. So Target MT, final ban. You gotta lock something in. It's gonna be another marksman depleting a lot of all these S to A tier list of marksmen. I'm thinking like, what's the angle here? Is it a Yishushin? Is it a 1-1? 1-1 has been nerfed a couple of times already, though still playable. It is going to be very difficult to actually catch members of TAR UMT Total Chaos.
Come on, Dexter.
Oh, they still have Claude
Is picking.
left on the table. I think this is one of the best options that's been used throughout many of these other series that we've seen today. The well-timed blazing duet. Perhaps they will be able to find the mark to just win some of all these 5 versus 5s. And I did speak about the Kufra early on, and this is going to be the biggest disruptor towards the back lines of APU Daddies, especially when he does go in with the Titan's Rage. And we have not seen any form of Azaman Force being utilized for such a long time, and I'm glad that they hover onto the Harafa instead. They're going for Leslie. Still a very solid pickup. So you can already tell that TAR UMT Total Chaos is about stealth as well as mobility, making sure that they can go in and out of fights very easily. And APU Daddies, they're just about to do exactly the same run, except that they will be able to just get a beefier front line in the form of Xborg. So I'm just glad that they've been able to seek out some of the options out there, especially with so many of all these marksman bans. APO Daddies can still find the perfect pick for their squad. So let us begin our run into Game 2 of TAR UMT Total Chaos versus APU Daddies. Into the land of Dawn as we move into our ACS EDU tour in the league stage, week 2. This is one of many matches that will go through the weeks to come, as we'll have tournaments happening into different universities throughout these upcoming weeks, and then the finals will be held in Paradigm Ball. Hope to see you guys there on the finals, as it will definitely guarantee a great time. And I'm just so happy to be a part of this, as we do have all the players being provided with the experience to play just like how the pro players do. And one day we might actually see them in the big stages. Who knows? The MPL Malaysia, or even the M5 World Series, perhaps. So let's check out what will happen here in Game 2, as the APU Daddies have already taken the lead moving into the matchup. We'll give a little bit of time for the players to look into the match, as we'll slowly head into the Land of Dawn. All right, we'll definitely give a little bit more time for us to defy a little bit of hiccups right here. So don't worry all too much about what's going on. We'll definitely still proceed with the game as planned, but we'll definitely have the game being paused for the moment. So I believe that there won't be any form of a switch when it comes down to the draft, as we are going to be getting ourselves ready into what's being displayed right now. And we have already seen so many of all these battles taking place for all the players out there. At APU has definitely shown a lot of strength, and of course they also do offer, of course, in esports. The last time I checked, I've been there a couple of years ago, where they do have diplomas and stuff. So if you want to learn more about esports management, or even when it comes down to every other fields that has to do with esports, make sure you guys check it out. And I believe that our game is back up online, so we'll continue on with our game 2 between TAR UMT versus Total Chaos. Well, TAR UMT Total Chaos versus APU daddies. Don't mind me. It's been quite a long day, I must say, since the morning. I mean, imagine the players that's been grinding matches after matches, and as much as each match of Mobile Legends is about an average of 15 to 20 minutes long, when you're in a match, it kind of feels like forever. Now, as the pace goes on, 30-man stack over the top side here. Mid Chaser could not infiltrate into the jungle of a well-guarded side of APU. Ariana Grande definitely will have a little bit of a difficult time dealing with this export being absolutely zoned away. Minions now shoved underneath turret, but there is a little bit of happening over the top side there. Seems like Mind Chaser, which is soaking in all the damage. That is what a Kufra does best. As this battle for the craft continues on, a little risk being taken coming in from Kai, as they all go in for a huge storm of a party. Mind Chaser is still in the midst of it all, forced to flicker away. And Kai is going to be the first casualty of the match. More than just a first blood. APU Daddies claims tree in the process. And just look at how swiftly they control the pace again. Now look for Chica as well! Oh my word, this is why we have Alpha on the block. The unexpected damage, and there's going to be a whole lot more coming in from Ariana Grande. Black Dragon form to float away, but will be going back into the action as well. Battling for the Little Wanderer, and we see a ton of damage being offered on top of Ariana Grande. One after another, Total Chaos just gets obliterated. And APU Daddies just claim numbers after numbers, and also a turtle along with it. Perfect start from the first minute till the 5th. And they're just stacking money everywhere they go. Ren already taking down the gold plates and having so much money in the bank. My word. What a explosive start for APU Daddies. This is definitely going to be an overwhelming situation for Dahyun if he overextends. Got to be worried about the rotations. That's why they do send a couple of backup over on the top end. And Sicilian, just as always, so disruptive, coming in with some long-range pokes and the zone potential, the control coming in from APU Daddies. Not really allowing so much space over onto members of Total Chaos, and the matter of fact is that they are stacking so many members onto the same lane, not really receiving a huge amount of EXP, leaving the mid lane being buried open. And Kai already being taken down twice, hoping to look for a little bit more of that opening as the rest of TAR UMT, they fancy their chances as they find Ton over the back. Mind Chaser, the Tyrant's range over the wall! And Ren, he will not have his armor anymore! Baton moves right back and just shreds them to pieces. Kai hoping to actually get more out of these situations, but this Mortis is not having a fantastic start. Level 8 right now, not really having the power level that you need. And just APU daddies out-macroing them. Ariana Grande forced to pop the element to escape with the Black Dragon form, and that is going to be one more turtle in the hand for APU daddies. Left uncontested. There's going to be Chica to try to spot some members out of APU. Mind Chaser overextends, and this is going to be an easy punishment. Usui landing catches. You got to look out for those claws. Total chaos. This is not going to be looking any easier from this point onwards. Another buff being stolen away as well. RMT, they're being left to dry off. And another dive right underneath the turret will have Dahyun picked off. A clean game so far for APU daddies. I'm not even sure if there's going to be any form of an angle to play right now if they don't get enough resources. REMT Total Chaos, they just have to find avenues to just get those farm back up. Dragon X, he's just going to be able to pile on as much farm as possible. He didn't really need to participate in majority of all these fights. As a matter of fact, he's only got one assist. It's all about Ren, Usui, Ton, as well as Mink to be able to get every single takeoff for the time being. But when the moment calls for a Dragon X, definitely will appear on those huge fights. Now, Kai into the brushes, being spotted out. That is definitely going to be a dangerous spot for them to do much. And what APU Daddies is currently doing is to deny all these experience, all these farms from going to the hands of Total Chaos. So that will just keep them at bay. And Mortis overextends. Oh man, Kai, you gotta look out for yourself. There he goes. Another pickup happening inside of the jungle. Mind Chaser in the middle of it all. This Cooper is not gonna be able to cut it. One after another. This APU Daddy just secures a buy one, free two. As a matter of fact, I mean, they didn't really have to spend anything at all. But with all that form of gold that they've collected, yeah, sure. Collect some items and continue on with the pressure. We're looking at a level 13 ton. And this is just a massive lead going on to the hands of APU. A total of 11,000 gold at the span of 9 minutes, 45 seconds. Lord now being called over the top side as well. Just a dominant run. And I don't think that Total Chaos have gotten any form of business to even go in for any form of initiation. I don't think they have the right items to initiate or even catch anybody right now. They just have to wait for a big mistake of a dive coming in from APU Daddies, and that dive angle might actually come right in. Chica goes in, finds a pick onto his slug, but good backup as the Rosh. Chica does get the first onto the clock, but it will be a 1-for-1. Kai, once again, the first one could be blown out. Ariana Grande! Oh, massive work coming out of APU Daddies as they will wipe them all out and will look to close off this run in less than 15 minutes of play. All the minions are already arriving to the base, and this crystal is not gonna last any longer, but they got some time to play out. Chica should be able to save the day. Oh, not enough time. APU Daddies, they secured themselves the series 2-0. The cleanest match I've seen today. and Total Chaos definitely have to rectify some of all these issues throughout this span of run. I mean, even if it's a loss, there's definitely a lot of things that they could pick up to learn out of this. I mean, it's just pure efficiency coming out of these members of APU Daddies. But when we look into the macro mechanics, the way that they control the tempo, and also the rotation, I think that the Martis player coming out of the squad definitely needs to work on some of all these rotations a little bit better in order for them to be able to stand a really good chance. Other than that, like, I would say it's just the better team right now, showing a flawless run of how a perfect run of Mobile Legends should look like. So APU Daddies, hats off to you guys, representing the university proudly. And now, with that being concluded, I believe they will be able to add another 3 more points to put APU onto the leaderboard. So later on, we'll definitely update you the standings of the latest matchups. And of course, with all of that being played out, there is still another series to go. So make sure you guys stick around. And just want to remind you guys once again, if you are tuning into the live stream, you have a chance to win a Nubia smartphone. So make sure you guys head over onto the live stream and claim the code when it is on the screen. And make sure you DM Crit Esports MY in order to win that phone. So that's all for now, as we'll take a little bit of a short break. And when we do come back, another match awaits.
Sebuah bandaraya, rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
menang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan di kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4.
Big difference sebab dekat M4 nampak macam diorang ada identity crisis. They're not sure how they want to play the game. They're not sure who's going to be the carry, what kind of rotation that we're going to use.
Contohnya macam Momo cover lebih daripada satu role, Ciku juga lebih daripada 2 role sekalipun di cover. Jadi ini membuatkan pasukan tu terlalu, boleh saya katakan sedikit berselaru, hilang identiti.
Lampun digugurkan ketika ini. Sedih, ya. Kecewa, ya. Tapi apa lagi yang perlukan? Apa lagi yang kita kurang sebenarnya untuk membawa jalur gemilang ke Grand Final di peringkat yang lebih tinggi?
But for this season, like you said, they're very focused. Ciku, you only play gold lane. Ciku, you only think about how we're going to win. And everyone else is going to provide the coverage for Ciku guys. So for this season, it's definitely different where they're very focused on their own style of play, which is the Langga playstyle. But now it's almost like the lawan balik kind of Langga where you're trying to make the opponent fight you and then you win the fight eventually.
Bila player dengan coach Filipin masuk ni, dia lain sikit daripada kebiasaan kita orang buat lah. Selalu dia lebih kepada disiplin.
At first, it's hard because of the language. There are those times that I cannot understand them and they cannot understand me. But me and Jim figured it out like, okay Jim, I will tell you the instructions, then you translate it to them. So that's what happened. That's why our work get easier because of it.
Kemasukan Coach BF saya rasa dia lebih ke arah disiplin lah. Sebab kita orang ni tak ada disiplin sangat. So bila dah ada dia ni, kita orang lebih ke arah disiplin. And ingatlah motif kita nak main dan tujuan kita main sebab apa.
MVP is Chico, guys!
So I've known Chiku before he entered Toda. So I've known him for a while now, and I feel like he really did not change much. And yes, he is comfortable on camera, but he's more comfortable in stream. So maybe the viewers online are not as intimidating as the viewers in person.
Apa perbezaannya yang you telah dapat di EDU sendiri?
Perbezaan? Dulu saya single, sekarang saya dah kahwin.
Kalau Ciku ni sebelum kahwin ni dia jenis kaki langgar, tak kisah kalau sebelum ni Punis kan girlfriend dia kan, dia langgar je Punis tu. Sekarang ni dah kahwin tu dia macam, okay ni wife aku kena jaga dia tak langgar dah. Itu Ciku lah.
I think he's an absolute legend. I think that he really pushes the agenda and he really knows how to test the limits, or at the very least very situationally aware of what he's capable of on a particular marksman. Although the meta has shifted and Chiku has definitely changed roles, he has to evolve with the times. I feel that Chiku is still at the age where he's adaptable, but age is eventually going to catch up to him at some point. We just don't know when.
Kalau bagi saya, selagi saya rasa saya boleh main, walaupun tak macam orang lain kan, macam kalau main macam fasen kan. Tapi bagi saya benda tu tak penting, dia lebih ke arah on point lah. So selagi saya boleh on point kan benda-benda yang penting, selagi tu saya akan main lah. Kalau dah sampai masa memang tak boleh, stop lah.
Pasukan Toda meneruskan dinasti mereka. 4 berbalas kosong, 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Untuk season ni ramai orang yang
toksik, ramai orang yang maki, kata suruh keluar todak, Moon dengan Ciku suruh keluar todak apa semua. But in the end of the day, kita orang mesti dapat buat lah. So bersyukur saya sangat kepada Allah SWT yang memberi kita orang kawan-kawan yang macam family macam ni. So alhamdulillah sangat-sangat lah.
Di sebuah bandaraya, rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB eSports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
tuan-tuan dan puan-puan di kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends Sunway M4.
Sebab dekat M4 nampak macam dia identity crisis. They're not sure how they want to do it. They're not sure who's going to be the carry, what kind of rotation they're going to do. Contohnya macam Momo cover lebih daripada satu role, itu juga lebih daripada dua role sekalipun di cover. Jadi ini membuatkan pasukan tu terlalu, kita katakan dia terlalu hilang identiti.
Lapan digugurkan ketika ini. Sedih, ya. Kecewa, ya. Tapi apa lagi yang perlukan? Apa lagi yang kita kurang sebenarnya untuk membawa jalur gemilang ke Grand Final di peringkat yang lebih tinggi?
But for this season, like you said, they're very focused. Chiku, you're only thinking, Chiku, you only think about how we're going to win, and everyone else is going to provide the coverage for you guys. So for this season, it's definitely different, where they're very focused on their own side of things. Chiku is the lambda data, but now it's almost like the lawan balik kind of langgar where you're trying to make the opponent fight you and then you win the fight eventually.
Bila player dengan coach Filipin masuk ni, dia lain sikit daripada kebiasaan kita orang buat lah. Lalu dia lebih kepada disiplin.
At first, it's hard because of the language. There are those times that I cannot understand them and they cannot understand me. But me and Tajim figured it out like, okay Jim, I will tell you the instructions, then you translate it to them. So that's what happened. That's why our work gets easier because of it.
Masukan dia lebih ke arah disiplin. Doktor ni tadi sangat. So dia dah ada dulu serang lebih ke arah disiplin dan ingatlah motor kita nak main sebelum sebab
Players MVP is Chico.
So I've known Chiku before he entered Dota. So I've known him for a while now, and I feel like he really did not change much. And yes, he is comfortable on camera, but he's more comfortable in stream. So maybe the viewers online are not as intimidating as the viewers in person.
perbezaan. Dulu saya single, saya dah kahwin.
Kalau Ciku ni sebelum kahwin ni dia jenis kaki langgar. Tak kisah kalau sebelum ni Punis kan girlfriend dia kan. Dia langgar je Punis tu. Sekarang ni dah kahwin tu dia macam okey ni wife aku kena jaga dia. Dia tak nak langgar dah. Itu itu Ciku lah.
I think he's absolute legend. I think that he really pushes the agenda and he really knows how to test the limits, or at the very least, very situationally aware of what he's capable of on a particular marksman. Although the meta has shifted and Chiku has definitely changed roles, he has to evolve with the times. I feel that Chiku is still at the age where he's adaptable, but age is eventually going to catch up to him at some point, and we just don't know when.
Kalau bagi saya selagi saya rasa saya boleh main, walaupun tak macam orang lain kan macam kalau main macam pasal main, tapi saya tak betul lebih ke arah on point lah. So selagi saya boleh on point dan boleh beli apa pun, lagi suka saya main. Kalau dah sesuatu yang tak boleh, tak lah.
Ramai orang yang maki kata suruh keluar Toda, Moon dengan Ciku suruh keluar Toda apa semua. But in the end of the day, kita orang still dapat buat lah. So bersyukur saya sangat kepada Allah SWT yang memberi kita orang kawan-kawan yang macam family macam ni. So Alhamdulillah saya senang lah.
Sebuah bandaraya, rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB eSports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Sebab dekat M4 nampak macam diorang ada identity crisis. They're not sure how they want to play. They're not sure who's going to be the carry, what kind of position they're going to play.
Contohnya macam Momo cover lebih daripada satu role, itu juga lebih daripada 2 role sekalipun di cover. Jadi ini membuatkan pasukan tu terlalu, boleh dikatakan sedikit kesilapan, hilang identiti.
Namun digugurkan ketika ini, sedih, ya, kecewa, ya. Tapi apa lagi yang perlukan? Apa lagi yang kita kurang sebenarnya untuk membawa calon gemilang ke grand final, ke peringkat yang lebih tinggi?
About how we win, and everyone else needs to provide coverage for this thing is wrestling different where they're very focused on their own talent. Which is the Langga Afrika, but now it's almost like the lawan balik kind of Langga where you're trying to make the opponent fight you and then you win the fight against you.
Bila player dengan coach yang masuk ni, dia lain sikit daripada kebiasaan kita orang buat lah. Selalu dia lebih kepada disiplin.
At first, it's hard because of the language. There are those times that I cannot understand them and they cannot understand me. But me and Jim figured it out like, okay Jim, I will tell you the instructions, then you translate it to them. So that's what happened. That's why our work get easier because of it.
Kemasukan Coach BF saya rasa dia lebih ke arah disiplin lah. Sebab kita orang ni tak ada disiplin sangat. So bila dah ada dia ni, kita orang lebih ke arah disiplin. And ingatlah motif kita nak main dan tujuan kita main sebab apa.
So I've known Chiku before he entered Toda. So I've known him for a while now, and I feel like he really did not change much. And yes, he is comfortable on camera, but he's more comfortable in stream. So maybe the viewers online are not as intimidating as the viewers in person.
Perbezaannya yang you telah dapat di diri you sendiri?
Perbezaan? Dulu saya single, sekarang saya dah kahwin.
Kalau Ciku ni sebelum kahwin ni dia jenis kaki langgar. Tak kisah kalau sebelum ni Punis kan girlfriend dia kan. Dia langgar je Punis tu. Sekarang ni dah kahwin tu dia macam okey ni wife aku kena jaga dia. Dia tak langgar dah. Itu Ciku lah.
I think he's an absolute legend. I think that he really pushes the agenda and he really knows how to test the limits, or at the very least very situationally aware of what he's capable of on a particular marksman. Although the meta has shifted and Chiku has definitely changed roles, he has to evolve with the times. I feel that Chiku is still at the age where he's adaptable, but age is eventually going to catch up to him at some point, and we just don't know when.
Kalau bagi saya, selagi saya rasa saya boleh main, walaupun tak macam orang lain kan macam kalau main macam fasen main. Tapi bagi saya benda tu tak penting, dia lebih ke arah on point lah. So selagi saya boleh on point kan benda-benda yang penting, selagi tu saya akan main lah. Kalau dah sampai masa memang tak boleh, stop lah.
Pasukan Toda meneruskan dinasti mereka. 4 berbalas kosong, 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Untuk season ni ramai orang yang toksik, ramai orang yang maki, kata suruh keluar Toda, Moon dengan Ciku suruh keluar Toda apa semua. But in the end of the day, kita orang sendiri dapat buat lah. So bersyukur saya sangat kepada Allah SWT yang memberi kita orang kawan-kawan yang macam family macam ni. So alhamdulillah sangat-sangat lah.
Welcome once again to the ACS EDU Tour, and all of this is presented to you by Nubia. And of course, thank you once again to our official media partners, Fly FM. And also, if you guys are looking for some refreshments, make sure you grab it from our beverage partners, Marigold, as well as for you to stay connected, you can, of course, check out all the stuff that is being offered by Unify Mobile. And also, before we start our series here, I want to once again remind all of you guys tuning into the live stream, or if you guys are currently in APU, you can basically win yourself a Nubia smartphone in every single series of match. So make sure you guys look out for that code that's popping on the live stream, and make sure you grab that code and message Crit Esports NY on Instagram to redeem yourself a smartphone. So you gotta thank Nubia for that. Now we are ready to jump right into our upcoming series, as we will have an epic showdown coming in from Sunway Esports Blaze as they take on Taylor Salim. And the draft is looking mighty fine right now, with a lot of all these huge options being removed from play, especially not having Ling as well as Uranus. I think this is some of the staple bans. Ling is not necessarily some poor picks that has been happening throughout the course of the day, even with it being opened up, but it's always going to be difficult to deal with. But we're already seeing from the side of Sunway Esports Blaze getting themselves the Valentina as well as Beatrix to open up the first half along with the Mortis. Meanwhile, Taylor's lead, they got some huge combos coming right up their sleeves, with Kufra to set up with the Times Rage, and you got clarity right now going on the poor mage heading into the mid lane where this Faramis definitely will be able to supply a whole lot more to the back line. And then Suretsu Hasselbach. Well, that's going to be a mouthful for me to pronounce, but I'll call him Hasselbach. Anyways, moving into the second phase of the draft, we also do see the Atlas coming into most of these drafts more frequently heading into the later stages of the day. And this is going to look pretty formidable when they do hit into these long skirmishes of a fight. Especially now with the Valentina, there's so many huge ultimates to steal. I mean, this is going to be Zagger's fault for choices. Depending on whether or not if Zagger's going to be the one that's going to be fielding the Valentina. Of course, Phoveus now to match up against the Yuzong. Now, this is definitely going to be a pretty solid EXP lane for them to be able to hold out from. But just looking at this stacked roster from both ends, you know it's about to be good. And between these two teams, I believe that this is going to be a huge, huge battle for pride and glory of their university. So, once again, preparing ourselves for what's about to come. We do see a Petrify being brought by Yu Zhong, as that will definitely supplement a lot more crowd control into these fight. Purifying the hands of Faramis as well, just get out of some of all these nasty AoE lockdowns coming from the crowd control. Now, I really want to see how much can Ock do, especially with what he can basically churn out in those team fights. So, for now, it's just going to be a little bit of those early denials of the jungle entry points, as they will be able to hold each other out. Bottom side, definitely will see a little bit more of the action. And my goodness, already having a chunk of health bars all chipped off from the side of Sunway Esports Blaze. Not looking to be the cleanest of start for Sunway Esports, but still absolutely doable. They can play very passively underneath their turrets and still have a decent amount of sustain. But Dark Horse is just having a field time right now. Both sides of the roamers are just mirroring each other right now, or should I say the mid laners, as a matter of fact. And it's just an absolute mirror move that I didn't expect coming from the teams. A little contest going on for the crab, where Tsukiga. Well, I didn't mean to add another syllable to his name. We'll be able to supplement Suzuki in order to secure a little bit more gold into the stashes. A little heavy commitment coming in from Rage right now, but Clary's going to be joining in the fray as well. Rage has got to move out of the way, as Rage is going to be pulled back. But here comes the rest of Sunway Esports Blaze, looking for the target, and Clary will be the first one to go. First blood in the hands of Zagger. A timely roam coming in from the Valentina. And Suzuki just coordinates so well. Finn was just a couple of seconds away, though. Now, having to deal with two members, this ain't going to be cool, but let's see if he could be able to do much. He still has some treachery up online. We'll be able to steal away. Sifu. Oh. Same with the bouncing balls. And here comes Firaga Ama being popped, and that is where Ock puts himself in an awkward situation. Dark Horse rejoins the fight, but it will be paused in a very awkward state. Now, everyone's across the river, so I believe that they'll be able to get a couple of seconds to sort some of all these technical issues. I mean, we have each one of them trying to get accustomed to some of all these buttons. Maybe some of the things needs to be adjusted, but don't worry, we'll get there in a jiffy. Now, we last see that Vin did manage to use his retry, but his retry is already back up online. Same goes to Suzuki. But when it comes down to positioning, that will be the key in order to secure the very first turtle of the game. And just looking into the far top corner of the map, Cloud's not going to be able to participate in this battle, as we are already seeing Tsukiga slowly cutting into the river. I think that he may be able to make it in time. Oh, what a beautiful knockout coming in from Sifu. He's going to be able to power into Rage. The rest of Sunway Esports plays at Rage. He's got not much left in the tank. Finn has to journey his way out. Clarity will be eliminated as well. Zagger moves just in the nick of time to pick that one up. They will have to give this turtle away to Taylor's lead. What a big blow to the side of Sunway Esports plays. And it all was being set so perfectly by Sifu. And I was surprised that this Kufra still managed to get out of all that ruckus. Taylor's lead, though that isn't the cleanest of fight, they make do with what they have. They walk with that turtle. That is absolute value. And of course, on top of that, an extra kill to be able to supplement. There is going to be a little bit of a situation over the top side. And just before we begin another potential skirmish, this is a little bit of a challenge over onto the River Crab yet again. Thankfully, didn't take all too long as we continue on. This pursuit is just Sifu hopping on to Oct. It's just going to be an Atlas looking for his target. Sifu is not going to be able to get his way out of there, especially without any flicker left. Just overstepped into the enemy planes, and that is going to be the result of it. Sunway Esports plays matching up to the tempo of Taylor's lead. Despite slight overextensions, thankfully there wasn't much of these huge objectives up for the time being. Zagger is just gonna shove the wave in order to create opportunities across the map. Sifu's gonna be looking to cut him off right here and now. Tyrant's Reach committed, and that's where the Furrier armor is also being popped. Zagger makes it out in the nick of time, needing to use his ultimate to escape. Same goes to the flicker as well, so that is definitely going to be a lot of investment, but Zagger's ultimate's back available, so I believe it's just the flicker. Pixel perfect move with the reactions. Here we go, though. Another battle for the turtle. This time, Tsukiga is very far away. He's just made a purchase for the Blade of Despair and Rage. He's gonna kick things off here, trying to zone them all the way with Black Dragon Form. Now circling them, tickling down these health bars. Clarity is falling pretty low. Zagger's gonna be aiming for his target, and they will just deplete him. He just gets deleted. But then he's gonna trade right back, and they all pump together. Sunway Esports plays. They didn't expect this retaliation, and Suzuki moves in, trying to pick up Finn, but he will be able to move right out of the way, and into safety he goes. 4 members traded out, and leaving barely a scratch onto the side of Taylor's lead. Another turtle in the way. And on top of that, look over the top side as well. A Clot getting that free push, securing 1 turret in the back. Sunway Esports plays weren't exactly having much of a mistake. It's more like some of these shot calls isn't really working out. It's really down to positioning as well as needing to understand the numbers advantage as well. And speaking of which, Rage. Man, I do hope that he will pull off the Black Dragon 4, but instead he decides to tap out. You know, he's not getting out of there. And oh my goodness! A huge ult coming from Oct to vacuum 2 members of Taylor's lead back into the hands of the rest of the team. Now, Finn is looking for a solo challenge. Hasselbach joining in from the back. And He understands his damage output, and he will deal a truck ton of damage onto Zagger. Now that the armor's popped, he is absolutely vulnerable. This is time to punish him, and that will be the sponge. Finn goes down. Finally, a shut down onto the export. Clarity a little too late to the party, though. Hasselbach got to find an escape plan. I don't think there's anything left here. Oh, the jukes, the moves. Hasselbach, can he make it out? The decimate does not connect. My, Zuretsu. He's got style for days. Kind of wish we get a little bit of replay out of that. Just knowing how to time himself in order to shift right back. And that's why it's so difficult to deal with the Claude. Oh, Ak, he's found somebody out there. And Sifu, that is not a place for you to camp. And he did not have anything to even buy time. However, he had the Tyrant's Rage, but choose not to commit because he understands that his members are not anywhere nearby. And now it is a 5 versus 4 advantage if Sunway Esports choose to commit. They do have a huge head start into the pit. Taylor's the lead. They will let go one objective to the hands of Sunway Esports Blaze, and hopefully this actually changes the tempo. And Dark Horse, instead they have a different plan, taking them from the back. Sifu gets the Tyrant Trace connected onto 2, but there's a follow-up coming a little tad too late. Dark Horse, he needs a little bit more damage in order to wipe off the rest of Sunway Esports Blaze. They're still holding on, but this is a huge Uraga Ama bombing their health bars off. And my, Taylor's Elite, they just flushed off the rest of Sunway Esports Blaze. Tsukiga walks out with the skin of his teeth, but what is there to salvage for this moment? Taylor's Elite saved the bigger play by just giving the Lord away. And it's still early. I mean, that Lord is not empowered, so they don't really have any much of a huge concern right now. Just because of that one fight, they lose 2 turrets, or you could even say 3 in that instance, especially with so many of all these their members being taken out. Absolute steal right there. 30K in the bank for Taylor's the lead. There's still ways for Sunway Esports Blaze to come right back into the game. But it really is very reliant on this Atlas to be able to pull them in with the Fatal Links. He's done it once before over on to 2 members, and probably the most vulnerable that he could possibly achieve is this! Oh my lord! A huge collateral into the jungle is Rage. Big Force right back in, buys a little bit more time for his members to go in for the exit, but Finn is not leaving any room for that. 3 members just vanished in the blink of an eye. A huge play coming from Ben. Ben has such a high impact on this X-Borg. 5-1-8 on the record, and we're probably going to get a lot more than that. Huge display of team effort, and not forgetting Dark Horse here with a flawless run so far. Not even taken down for a single time throughout the course of the battle. Oh, Rage, he's going to be overextending. He's being spotted out by Sifu. He's going to be able to survive for now, but is the rest of Taylor's lead going to respond to this? Understanding the boundaries right now, Vin. Giving them a little bit of a teaser as he has the immortality up online. And this is just a fully locked out area where Rage knows that there is going to be a little bit of a pickle onto the Lord, but he's just flying across just to gather intel. He spots out Dark Horse. won't be able to do much damage though. There's the lead, baiting them into a fight. Now that there's Yuzong without the ultimate, this is a goal for the rest of Taylor's lead. But they're keeping tabs of this Atlas. The Fatal Links is online. He's looking for the angle. Rage jumps in, gets two being knocked up, and this is going to be it. Shinsuke, he's gonna go in the back line, but instead, here comes the angle. Finn is gonna crush them all along the surfboard. Resets after resets after resets. And they don't even need the Lord to clean up this game. It's just a full set into the face as Taylor's elite will just deny any opportunities for Sunway Esports Place to secure the first point. A game filled with so many battles, and I just love how well they all synergize. I can't even pick a MVP of my own. Clarity was doing so much work supplementing the team. And then you have Dark Horse with that final hurdle, getting so much resets out of that Phobius that it was just sublime. What more can I say about Taylor's lead? Easily one of the top dogs of the tournament right now. And I do hope that they will have a smooth run because I want to see them in the finals alongside with Rez. I mean, I'm calling it way too soon. But when we look at Sunway Esports Blaze, they definitely show a lot of strength as well. It's just that they were a few steps behind on some of all these contests. And that's where Taylor's Esports, they definitely punished them every move in the way. So it definitely was quite the chokehold that they've established by then. So it was starting to get a lot more difficult so long as they do not find ways to get catches. And even despite so, how many times it was responded by that export. So that is a great starter here in the best of 3. But is there any more heat that Sunway Esports Blaze can actually offer? So that's for Game 2 for us to witness. So we still got potentially 2 more games under this series. So we'll take a short break. We'll be right back for more in the ACS EDU Tour.
I just wish you knew. just wish you knew.
Keep coming back like Jason. I can make them scream like Craven. Maybe I'ma snap like Batman. Leather face with this all don't face them. Blade to the neck, no shaving. Pandora's box damnation. The police can't save them. They always trip when you chase them. They always trip when you trip when you trip. They always trip when you chase them. They always trip when you trip when you trip. They always trip when you chase them. They always trip when you trip when you trip. They always trip when you chase them. They always trip when you trip when you chase them.
I hope you all are having a blast here in APU as well as hanging out online here in the ACS Edu Tour. My name is Contra, your caster versus the morning as well as the entirety of the day. I will be accompanying you to tell you the story of the journey of some of the top talented players across varsities in Malaysia. And we are going into our second matchup as we have Sunway University taking on Taylor's University. And Taylor's Elite have been able to secure the first point in this best of 3. Sunway Esports Blaze will have to play catch up from here on. Now we're looking at our lot secured for Dark Horse and Clarity once again. Moving into the mid lane here with the Faramis. She has been phenomenal throughout the course of the run, and we definitely want to see a lot more being offered up into this matchup. Meanwhile, over on the side of Sunway Esports Blaze, they got to get it together. We definitely see high potential of them in some of all these team fights, and now switching up the entirety of their composition, taking away the export from Taylor's Elite, and they are also bringing in a Boxia for a little bit more of a tankiness to charge into the battle. So I like what I'm seeing here. So it may give a little bit of a challenge towards that Brody that was secured very early on. Now that there is both marksmen all being secured, I think that this is going to be an angle where Taylor's Elite might actually look to kick off a couple of all these picks heading into mid lane. And perhaps, I mean, if they want to put, I don't know, export up mid, it's still kind of doable, but You kind of want it to be on side lanes
Your
itself,
team is down.
where
With
Taylor's
left
lead. They're opting to take off even more of all these support options left available because they definitely don't want their marksmen to be getting too much of a room to wiggle around. No more Martis this time. The Sunway Esports Blaze will remove that out of the equation. Final ban. Taylor's the lead. I mean, there's a lot of all these good picks still up online. It's just about what really suits their composition right now. They can opt to look for another ban onto Atlas if they want. If that's going to be the angle that they're looking at. Or, better yet, they could even pick it up for themselves. But in terms of that synergy,
I didn't cure the
perhaps not. Valentila, a much better option to be axed off. Now, Rich really has to decide what will be a suitable mid laner. There is still, well, I want to say Eve, but they banned it much early on. So this is gonna be a little bit awkward. Lilia's a decent choice. And other than that, Kadita is still available as well. They've only got 15 seconds left to decide. I wonder what would it be. Oh, time is running out right now.
Where there is light.
Oh, this is huge. Aloyi, in order to create huge AoE bursts, as well as to transport them into a huge position of advantage. But now with the Kufra to come in as a counter, this is going to be a little bit tricky as well. But Loyi should have enough room, especially now picking up the Purify. We'll be able to find ways to deal enough damage to the front lines. Oh, look what we have here. And I have not seen this in such a long time. I absolutely do love this final pick coming in from Taylor's Elite. Man, I'm pretty sure that they'll be able to offer a ton of burst damage going across the table, as this is going to be a high mobility composition coming out of Taylor's Elite in order to displace Sunway Esports Blaze. So a rather challenging route for Sunway Esports Blaze. They are considering of Aurora, but Diggy will be the best play possible. You want to take away all these crowd controlling those team fights and just go for that chase. Find the right targets. But Vin will definitely cause a lot of chaos throughout the field, especially with a lot of pressure onto the side lanes with those split pushes. This is definitely going to be a little bit of a hurdle, especially now that Harley giving them a lot of all these tread. But in order to stop this, perhaps this might just be an invade angle that Sunway Esports Blaze is going to be looking at very early on. I wonder if this is going to be a feeding Diggy that would just constantly disrupt the tempo of the jungle, because as much as Vin can clear some of all these camps fast enough, when you have a Diggy to constantly go in for those resets, it definitely will halt some of the progress. So I'm uncertain if this is going to be the case, but that is a meta that, you know, not every Diggy will implement. So Oct will just hold it over onto the mid lane. Dark Force soaking a little bit of that turret damage. This is not looking too good. Flicker being pulled in very early. And this is actually bringing a lot of attention coming in from the mid lane as well as the jungle. Not that it will be able to hinder them all too much. Sloy is going to be starting off with all those early roves to supplement this box here. And now just having that switcheroo. Great EXP, because distribution coming in from both sides. Once again, very high level micro plays that's being shown here by both sides of the team. Rich now, having only one take up the Furaga ammo, chooses to go in for absolute early recall, but chooses to stay put. Dark Horse, hiding right in between. Should be able to get that armor back up eventually, but looking at the current rotation, with both sides mirroring each other, whoever makes the first move here might just be able to walk away with that first blood, but Rage, he's going to be able to get his shield back up. Great read from Sunway Esports Blaze. They will secure themselves the River Crab, but now, very early challenge going over bomb side. Rage dropping low. Tries to bait and switch. 1-for-1 exchange. Zagger gets one in the back. But Rage goes down. And it's going to be a turtle being secured. Believe it to be on the hands of Sunway Esports. A much slower tempo being played out by both ends. Whereas Zagger being clutched all the way back. Sifu gotta tread lightly. Coming in back with the boots here. Clarity should be able to efficiently roam around a lot more often. Take a look at this stack over the top side. Sifu did not manage to connect the jump onto the knock, but not that it really matters all too much. A time bomb, always disrupting their recalls. Meanwhile, that happens over the bottom side. Dark Horse! Pixel perfect calculation. And that is the prowess of this Arlot. It was working really well on the Phobius, and you give him any form of a fighter, any form of assassin, he will do the trick. 2-1 in the favor of Taylor's Elite, now challenging the Little Wanderer. Finn moves over the top side. I guess they could only find a way to clear off a little bit more in that room. Hasselbach will be the main party target. Flicker being popped up. Ultimate being committed to save the day. Clarity looks to recommit. And he's looking for the Time's Rage. And Finn oversteps all the way to the front. And the damage is ridiculous coming out of Zagger. They're still going in for more. Turret down. And we have another takedown off screen as well, as Dark Horse this time goes blood for blood. It seems like Sunway Esports Blaze has definitely got their bloods boiling from that previous matchup, and they are just forcing Taylor's Elite to show all of their hands right now. All these tomes coming up online. Zagger just doing so well on the Loyi. We saw that the Clarity popping a very well-timed ultimate, but they weren't exactly in the right position. Rage now being challenged by Dark Horse, and the damage is overwhelming. Meanwhile, Hasselbach being caught out from the bottom side. Tsukiga is gonna run out of there. Sifu now being caught up by all four members of Sunway Esports Blaze. That is not a position to be. Clarity now left out alone to tank all this damage. Not going to be able to survive. A great rotation from Sunway Esports to pick up 2 kills and a turret. And at the very same time, they did burn a lot of all these flicker from Taylor's Elite prior to this huge setup over the bottom side, but they will have their flicker back up offline. About a minute to the next turtle. Clarity tries to find an angle here if there were to be a stack over the mid side. Love the changes that was being brought over from Sunway Esports Blaze, and Rage is very willing to just put himself in danger in order to get the right settings. And that really allowed Teknologi to land huge burst setups in these huge team fights. More waves now being cut. Sunway Esports Blaze wants to put more focus over the top side. And where's the moves here? Ock now immediately being picked off. No time to even pop his ultimate. A little tough to even react to that on that swift measurement of a move. Dark Horse now going for the chase. Rage creates a little distance. Shizuki now will be able to catch Dark Horse. Stepping way too far off for the rest of Taylor's Elite to back him all the way up. Parody next one to Folder. Sifu down. Hasselbach. Nowhere to go. Pinned to the wall. It's only been left. And they don't mind. Leave one up. We're just going to get that turtle. And Sunway Esports Blaze not only found their footing back into the series, but just stomping out Taylor's Elite in these team fights. It started with a pickoff over on the Digi. And it really led to an overchase from Taylor's Elite as well. That is something that they will definitely have to learn from mistakes. I won't necessarily call it a full blunder. There were a couple of opportunities out there that they see an angle for a pickoff, but they were in an awkward position inside of the jungle. Full stack over the mid side. Shizuki going for a roll here. And this is where Dysboxia proving to give high value into Taylor Elite's side, as they don't really have those resources to break through these tanky units up in the front line. Juggling the waves right now. Meanwhile, Vin dealing with the top side, making sure he creates a little bit more of that avenue, but will eventually be met with the rest of Sunway Esports Blaze to neutralize the wave over the top side. It's a little bit of a safety measure. Dark Horse puts himself forth. Goes in for a little bit of that phase check here. Trying to keep this buff up on the table, but this is where he will commit with the Fioragama being popped up. Still no immortality on the hands of Rage, but it's gonna be Sifu now. That will jump in a little prematurely. I think that's a little bit of a miscommunication coming from Taylor's Elite. Jumping a little too preemptively, but there is no follow-up whatsoever coming in from Taylor's Elite. Attempts coming in onto the Lord. Taylors have no choice but to give this one for free. Sunway Esports Blaze is slowly piling in cash into the bank. Look at them go, 10,000. And they've already got Endless Battle and everything that they need. That is, your blade eventually will be turned into a Blade of Despair later on for Sukiga. Sure, Marksman still need a little bit more time to be activated, but with the Thunder Belt and Clock of Destiny in the hands of Shizuki, they could roll for days on this Baxia. Slow escort of the wave, very well timed by the rest of Sunway Esports Blaze. Sifu only hoping to escape, and Dark Horse is being pulled all the way back. Oh no, this is looking pretty bleak. And there we go. Suzuki jumps right into his target, finding the second member of Taylor's lead. This time around, Sunway Eagles plays will preach right through, and they don't even care anymore about anything standing in their way. Now they will find an equalizer of first game 3, broadcasted here in the ACS EDU Tour. We're going the long ball here. It's only 1 point to separate the two of these teams that definitely show high caliber performance. Sunway University represent Blaze, burning a trail right now, having quite the flawless record on their Loyi. And I gotta say, that setup, absolutely immaculate. Couldn't believe my eyes on how well managed some of all these team fights were, and everyone was reading the tempo like it's just it's part of an assignment they've done 10, 20 times. And my, I guess like it's only down to that one game to decide who has that extra point in order to lead the way here in the standings. We have yet to unveil the total leaderboard of points for the moment, so that will be a surprise for those of you guys who are watching from home, but no worries, we'll definitely get you covered by the end of our run. But of course, once again, shout out and thank you to all of you guys who are currently tuning in from APU. And of course, all this is presented by Nubia, where they are giving you guys free smartphone by just tuning in, watching some of all these amazing Mobile Legends action. All you have to do is to claim the code whenever it pops up, and make sure when you do have it, make sure you slide into the DMs of Crit Esports MY, and that's how you want to claim it. Only 4 codes will be given on each day, and tomorrow is also another chance for you guys to do so. So make sure you guys watch every single stream and ask your friends to join along as well. So for now, of course, we'll take a short break and we'll be ready for Game 3.
cruise rolling around. Break down, chase the light. We're rolling both on the go. Running for my life. Feel the light. Running for my life. Running for my life. Running for my head high, we're alone. Are we taking all in front of us? Head high, how could we know it was all along on the side? We should read between the lines, and we're on the right way to go. Head high, we're not alone. Oh, we are not out of luck. Running for my life. Feel the light. Running for my life. Running for my life. Running for my life.
And here we go into the third round of the best of three between the Titans of Sunway University as well as Taylor's University. And lo and behold, this is about to go down with this one grudge match for them to take. And I am already stoked to see some of these teams duke it all out in the grand finals. They're still finding their ways to secure maximum points to qualify for the grand finals. And let's hop right in to the final draft between these two teams. Place this time around, we'll start over on the blue side. Meanwhile, Elite starts over on red. Both sides equally matched. And interesting enough, this time, Taylor's Elite is looking at that dinghy ban, and they say like that definitely went into really counter whatever they wanted to do in that past round. Very perfectly timed turner. Excuse me about that. A little bit of a hiccup. Time turner. Yeah, got it right this time around.
I didn't
Whereas
pain.
this is a solid start. Karina as well as Valentina now in the hands of Taylor's Elite. Hearts shown very early on. And Rage off
Sniper
to
ready. Give me a
get
target.
another run into the export. And Tsukiga have already got the marksman up online, as they already saw the Karina being picked up. Oct He's got to decide which role to go for onto this first phase before they go into the secondary phase of the bands. What's it gonna be?
Rocks need no
Baxia.
protection from
Perfect choice. A perfect choice coming in from Shizuki. And we saw the efficiency of how they've been able to just efficiently go into battles with that, with a Turkish Poisson. Yeah, I always have trouble pronouncing that ultimate. Tortoise Poisson. Well, somebody's gotta check and get it right for me, if that's ever the case. As much as I try to buy a little bit more time, I want to look at what the final pick is gonna be for Suretsu Hasaba. You see, being a caster isn't all too easy, isn't it? Well, what's it gonna be? Look for their hyper right now. And instead, they will secure themselves the Edith. That will give them just about enough of that sustain into all these battles. A lot of beefy targets and a lot of extended trades to be happening into this final hurrah between Sunway Esports Blaze as well as Taylor's Elite. Boy. More tanks now being eliminated.
What was left undone.
Come on, Dexter. It's our show.
That is going to be a clock ban. Great read coming from Sunway Esports Blaze. It didn't really seem like that Minotaur ban was necessary, if ever the case. They already have enough frontliners coming in from Sunway Esports Blaze. But they just want to make sure that there is limited options on the support role. And they're going to remove Florin at the same time. A very heavy targeted side for Taylor's Elite. Now this is going to be a little bit tricky. Taylor's Elite haven't really revealed all too much, but that is definitely one thing that they will have to get rid of. Atlas is probably something that can be considered. What's currently open into the pool here is a plethora of options. And if they really want to go for another fighter, they could do so. Phoveus is currently open if they do want to consider. I mean, they've already got Aegis. Question is, do they need another one? And that might be very heavy onto the resource. Well, what's it gonna be? Atlas called it.
Your team is picking. It is who we are.
But the interesting part about securing this Atlas here is that there is going to be difficulties in channeling that Fatal Links onto either side of the target because Zagger is weighing options on this Kadita. And Wolf could lock it right in. So the possibilities of catching members of Sunway Esports Blaze is perhaps on a 30% ratio now that they're also bringing Johnson. Okay. I guess they wanna end it with a bang, I guess. The huge wombo combo of a Kadita Johnson is something we haven't seen for a long time. And I like this pickup. Oh, okay. Hanabi. Okay. Even better. They're doubling down on their firepower and they really want to find that catch. So long as the Hanabi gets a catch, that will signify a huge pickup for Atlas to just go on with those chain reactions. And by then, it will force a knee-jerk of a response coming out of Sunway Esports Blaze, but will they fall for it is the question here as we move on to our final battle between Sunway Esports versus Taylor's Elite. To move into the land of Dawn. Only one team here will prevail to secure They're 2 corners in.
Smash them.
And every single match won will put themselves up for a chance to battle for that juicy prize pool. 13K in total. Dark Horse forcing a flicker early doesn't really result in all too much, unless if there's going to be an early visit, and that Franco's already turning his way. Oh, misses the mark by a couple of inches. Oct sees the Atlas moving in the way. Rage now will be the main target, but this is an export that they're dealing with. Only the armor will be taken out for now. Wouldn't be all too problematic. We'll be able to just farm a couple of waves and just continue on the battle against the EDU, but quickly calls in for the recall. Sifu hiding inside the bush. Oct still holding onto the hook. They just want to get at this crab in their hands, and Suzuki easily does so. Sifu? Oh, won't be caught out this time. I mean, it's always gonna be slippery to even catch out an Atlas. Even so, he could easily just dispatch himself and get out of there in a matter of moments. A very careful approach that we are seeing coming in from both Sunway Esports Blaze as well as Taylor's Elite. They know one wrong move might result in their enemies snowballing out of control. And now, every move has to be calculated right now. Clarity pops the flicker early. We'll be able to dodge the hook as well. Raga Ama being popped up over onto Dark Horse. Oh, a beautiful slam! And that sets it up for Clarity to copy that Viraga Armor and will dish out enough damage to take down Suzuki. 2 names off the list, and still have been coming in with a backup. Wonderful, wonderful display of teamwork out of Taylor's lead. And they waited for the right timing as well. Another enormous start for Taylor's, which didn't happen back in game 2. But back in game 1, when they did have the lead, the momentum have not stopped at all. Quick purchase of the boots now for Clarity. No catches as of yet. Finn now being spotted out by the Franco. Seems like everybody's just hugging tightly towards the turret range. And there we go. A catch over on the back. And it is Finn that goes out in a blink of an eye. But Sifu, he's really not in the best of positions. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Or, it was actually 2 in the hands of Sunway Esports to respond. Waited very long by the corners of the Pixel Brush. Just walk right into the trap. Cutting the waves here. Dark Horse will try to challenge Rage, but the armor will be charged right back up. We'll have to respect a little bit of that ground. Iron's Rage would definitely be a huge game changer. Well, actually, what am I even talking about? There's no Kufra in this matchup. Oh, double flickers being burned. Meanwhile, a huge pickup over the top side. And also, sneaking a turtle in exchange. And seriously, they were eyeing onto the turret, but not having enough minions to do so. The rest of Sunway Esports Blaze, they clear it out, and I consider that a marginal win. We got the turtle. That's going to be able to stabilize some of these resources that they have. There's a call for assistance, it seems, over the top end. Seemingly to be the same focus for Taylor's Elite as well. Look at how composed they are at the moment. Waiting for mistakes to happen, and this is where Taylor's Elite. They give a little bit of pressure, and here comes Sifu! Oh! With the flicker! A quick combo to just have that instant pickup onto Tsukiga, and now looking for Aka as well. Flicker now being popped. Dagger tries to creep back. They will eventually catch out Clarity. Over extending. Rage now joins in from the back. Off Firaga Armor. We for Sifu as well. Oh! Tremendous display out of Sunway Esports to counter initiate. They see this one coming, and they really want more blood. Dark Horse is here to just hold Yuzuki right underneath the turret. Blood for blood. 5-5. A stalemate at the moment. As much as that seemed to be the case, there is a little bit of an avenue going in for Sunway Esports from the bottom side. Meanwhile, that will be exchanged with a turtle attempt coming from Taylor's Elite. They have to clear this one really fast. This Franco is overlooking in the corner, and they're hoping to actually land a steal. Suzuki a little late to the scene. Rage coming from the top side as well. This ain't going to be cutting it for Sunway Esports. They will have to let this one go. Oh, look at that. Bottom left. I see a code right down there. Fancy a free phone? Make sure you grab that right now. And you know what to do. Copy that. Go to Crit Esports MY. And, well, be nice to the admins and maybe you get something for free. And here goes Shizuki. Oh, the hook. And the Grand Slam coming their way. But it's huge channel fatal links that put their future at their minds. And Taylor's Lead. They wrap it all around. The reversal. The choke point. Also choking it up. And Sunway Esports Blaze had zero clue that would have actually happened. Walked right into a trap. Taylor's Elite. They're going in for more. Rage. Can he get out? Still has the armor. And that is where Dark Horse gets faded in. Oh, he's got a third armor back up online just in the nick of time. Oh, great maneuvers out of Rage. Just teasing right through. And Taylor's Elite just knowing how not to overstep and overstay. Going in for a little bit of that reset. 23 seconds on the clock for the Lord to spawn up over the bottom side of the river. And that's where Sunway Esports will have to send a few members on their way. Tsukiga constantly getting hunted out throughout this game that it's not even funny anymore. Meanwhile, seems like the Kagura is having a field day out. Immortality already up online on Rage. And he's just gonna continue on chipping down these health bars. Forgot armor being popped, and that is an easy kill secured. Meanwhile, bottom side, Tsukiga gets another one in the back for Sunway Esports Blaze. Taylor's Elite in shambles. Immortality now being popped up as well. This is going to be a go time for Sunway Esports Blaze. They don't really have to commit to the fight. They can land themselves a free Lord for the taking. But Ben still holding on to the red tree. Are they going to go in for an attempt? Not going to be the case at all. Jizuki gets it one more for Sunway Esports Blaze. Just like that, 10 minutes mark, seeded equalize at 8-8. The closest series we have so far here in the ACS EDU Tour. Only a sneeze to take out that mid turret, but they're not going to overcommit for now. Sunway Esports Blaze having pure discipline, knowing that one wrong move, one catch from Sifu to change the fight. Vin has to give the buff away. Sukiga's gonna be getting this one in hand. Sifu moving right back, and they do get the flip, and they will eventually corner them up. Dragama pop over on the side of Rage. Bear in mind, no immortality. This export has to be careful. Sifu now being caught out as well. Force the flicker away. Hasselbach jumps in, trying to salvage the situation. Clarity gets one more, flickers out. Baxia waiting for an entry. And just the presence alone of this Baxia forces Taylor's lead to take notice and give a little bit more of that spacing away. Focus onto his turret. Sunway Esports Blaze now leading the way. 2K up over on the goal. And perhaps another few minutes, it may not even matter. Oh! Came a little too close on that corner. Sifu didn't even flinch away from that hook. Sifu. Got to find something. But the problem with this comp when you are playing an Atlas is that everybody's so beefy. You don't want to pull a Franco to your team. You don't want to pull a Baxia. This is the huge master plan that Sunway Esports Blaze have concocted. Oh. Long targeted shots over on the Clarity. I mean, that's just 2 bars of health off. So regeneration will do the trick for the Kadita. Handling waves over onto these turrets. And it's 10 seconds for the Lord. Taylor's lead. They got to make a huge decision right now. Do they contest or do they let go? We've seen plenty of times that they have let go of more objectives to their opponents, and that didn't really result all too well. This time around, Dark Horse fancies a chance. Sifu, he's going for the chase, looking for Tsukiga. Oh, the middle links onto Drain, and that is Skelter delivered back to the hands of Taylor's Elite, but this is looking to be a solid chance. Immortality pop onto Rage. Coming in the nick of time, Dark Horse trying to find these low health targets, and it will eventually be a truce, living 2 apiece on each side. Unbelievable team fight. The way they held on. Understanding the limitations. And Taylor's. They're not out of the woodworks just yet. A deadlock for both sides. The Lord will definitely be the decider of who gets the game. One huge wave crashing over the top side occupies the Hanabi. Rage now spotted out as well. Clarity gives away position. This may actually be a trap, or will they actually commit? Suzuki, I don't think he's fooling around. He's trying to pull the Lord all the way to his back. Sifu is got to do a little bit more pressing. Sifu goes unchained. Rage right up front. And that's an interesting move with the Figuraga armor. Without that online, he really has to charge up the bars once more. And Taylor's the lead. Oh, they're blocking the entry points. This is looking bad. And can they do it? Oct He infiltrates to the back. Shizuki, Zagger, they are actually connecting all the way to his back line. Who's gonna get the Lord? This is gonna be it. And then Tekiga, it will be it. But Van is still in the way. Taylor's lead still out in the back. Now they gotta run for their lives. Suzuki being held in response. Sunway Esports plays, dropped the ball when it mattered the most. And Taylor's lead. What a read. We see two members sent in to chase down all the way into the jungle of Sunway Esports, and then you have a massive flank from the side of Sunway to go for a lead. Both sides having the same exact ideation. It just feels like these two teams are shadow boxing right now. 60 minutes. I assume this game will last probably the longest, with 20 over minutes of play to be expected. Or now taken down, but that has done just about enough damage around these turrets. And that sets it up perfectly. Taylor's lead considered that per his fight a win. Dark Horse now has immortality as well. Sunway Esports Blaze. What is the next step? They need to make a play. But the question is how? Oh, could that be it? Oct misses by a margin. A little bit more of a reset right now going on. It is vital for both sides of the team to establish control around the top end of the river, especially in 1 minute's time. Rose Gold Meteor now activated for Tekiga. Oh, there you go, a catch! This could be it. Sifu burns out immortality and immediately being burned out. Not even the chance for him to use a flicker or the fatal links. Chasing down for Finn, and it is Calamity that erupts towards Taylor's lead. Two members down. 25 seconds on the clock for Sifu. Vin, nowhere in sight for the next 27 seconds. Man advantage. Sunway Esports plays. They might pull off an upset. They might pull off a comeback to get that turret, and that is all that they need. They now march forward for the Lord, clearing up each corner along the way, sending shots into the pit. A fight that Taylor's Elite will have to take. Fort down to a quarter of HP, and they're charging right in. Sifu looking for Zagger. Fatal Link being popped in. Can he steal it? And Sunway Esports Blaze gets it. They will continue on with the fight. The rest of Taylor's Elite, they're looking to melt down rage like butter. But it's gonna be a little too much for Clarity. The chase is still on, but Clarity will be taken down with great recovery coming in from Zagger. Sunway Esports Blaze, they find it. Boom. They find everything, and they will find this series in the bag. The Lord now marching right down mid with only two members to defend. I don't think there's a chance anymore for Taylor's Elite, the best series of the day in the ACS EDU Tour, and they've given it all up, but it will be Sunway Esports Blaze that will prevail. Outstanding. A perfect record from both ends will be scored off. And this is what we do expect. Pure quality coming in from the top universities of Malaysia. They definitely do have a huge future in esports. I want to see them play in the big stages one day. And of course, it will start off with them making their way into Paradigm Mall in the upcoming weeks, of course. a massive victory coming in from Sunway Esports Blaze. And that definitely was blood, sweat, and tears put throughout the course of the run. And they absolutely deserved the moment to celebrate. And Taylor's lead, I think they definitely put on a show as well. And I believe that they will definitely bounce back stronger. And I mean, they still have their face as well as pride still intact with such a showing. That was just a matter of millimeters when it comes down, or microseconds when it comes down to decision making. And I do look forward for these two teams to meet yet again eventually, hopefully in the playoffs. But for now, they will have to settle with that 1 point to take away. Meanwhile, 2 points for Sunway University. So that was a long run. And me doing this all alone, man, I gotta get myself some water. And I hope you guys enjoyed that one, because we got one final series for day 1 of week 2. And we will be right back for more. Man, I gotta take a break. See you guys in a bit.
Di sebuah bandaraya, rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan di kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends Black M4.
Big difference sebab dekat M4 nampak macam diorang ada identity crisis. They're not sure how they want to play the game. They're not sure who's going to be the carry, what kind of rotation that we're going to use.
Contohnya macam Momo cover lebih daripada satu role, Ciku juga lebih daripada 2 role sekalipun di cover. Jadi ini membuatkan pasukan tu terlalu, boleh saya katakan sedikit berselaru, hilang identiti.
Lapun digugurkan ketika ini. Sedih, ya. Kecewa, ya. Tapi apa lagi yang perlukan? Apa lagi yang kita kurang sebenarnya untuk membawa jalur gemilang ke Grand Final di peringkat yang lebih tinggi?
But for this season, like you said, they're very focused. Chiku, you only play gold lane. Chiku, you only think about how we're going to win. And everyone else is going to provide the coverage for Chiku guys. So for this season, it's definitely different where they're very focused on their own style of play, which is the Langga playstyle. But now it's almost like the lawan balik kind of Langga, where you're trying to make the opponent fight you, and then you win the fight eventually.
Bila player dengan coach Filipin masuk ni, dia lain sikit daripada kebiasaan kita orang buat lah. Selalu dia lebih kepada disiplin.
At first, it's hard because of the language. There are those times that I cannot understand them and they cannot understand me. But me and Jim figured it out, like, okay Jim, I will tell you the instructions, then you translate it to them. So that's what happened. That's why our work get easier because of it.
Kemasukan Coach BF saya rasa dia lebih ke arah disiplin lah. Sebab kita orang ni tak ada disiplin sangat. So bila dah ada dia ni, kita orang lebih ke arah disiplin. And ingatlah motif kita nak main dan tujuan kita main sebab apa.
MVP is Chico Guys!
So I've known Chiku before he entered Toda. So I've known him for a while now, and I feel like he really did not change much. And yes, he is comfortable on camera, but he's more comfortable in stream. So maybe the viewers online are not as intimidating as the viewers in person.
Perbezaannya yang you telah dapat di EDU sendiri?
Perbezaan? Dulu saya single, sekarang saya dah kahwin.
Kalau Ciku ni sebelum kahwin ni dia jenis kaki langgar, tak kisah kalau sebelum ni Punis kan girlfriend dia kan, dia langgar je Punis tu. Sekarang ni dah kahwin tu dia macam, okay ni wife aku kena jaga dia tak langgar dah. Itu Ciku lah.
I think he's an absolute legend. I think that he really pushes the agenda and he really knows how to test the limits, or at the very least very situationally aware of what he's capable of on a particular marksman. Although the meta has shifted and Chiku has definitely changed roles, he has to evolve with the times. I feel that Chiku is still at the age where he's adaptable, but age is eventually going to catch up to him at some point. We just don't know when.
Kalau bagi saya, selagi saya rasa saya boleh main, walaupun tak macam orang lain kan, macam kalau main macam fasen kan. Tapi bagi saya benda tu tak penting, dia lebih ke arah on point lah. So selagi saya boleh on point kan benda-benda yang penting, selagi tu saya akan main lah. Kalau dah sampai masa memang tak boleh, stop lah.
Pasukan Toda meneruskan dinasti mereka. 4 berbalas kosong, 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Untuk season ni ramai orang yang toksik, ramai orang yang maki, kata suruh keluar Toda, Moon dengan Ciku suruh keluar Toda apa semua. But in the end of the day, kita masih dapat buat lah. So bersyukur saya sangat kepada Allah SWT yang memberi kita orang kawan-kawan yang macam family macam ni. So alhamdulillah sangat-sangat lah.
you are my lucky charm. I hold you close in the night in my arms. And when we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, the light of day.
I'ma cock my nine and mother. I'ma cock my nine. I'ma cock my nine and mother. I'ma cock my nine. I'ma cock my nine and mother.
I just wish you knew. just wish you knew.
Welcome to my tea party. Boo. Cookie? Oh my god! short for me? You sure? I am found. Can you tell? You will be my hunted friends, or you will go to hell. Oh, by the way, have you met Chucky yet?
Yo, what's up, bro?
Crowded places, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights I know. Getting high, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights I know. But I will guide you home. Fight your battles, always by yourself. In the shadows, hear you cry for help. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights I know. I know. Getting high, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights I know. But I will guide you home. But I will guide you home.
And here we go to our final series of the day. My name is Contra. It's definitely been a pleasure to cast all these matches here. And we've got so many amazing teams here proving themselves worthy to become champions by the end. Sorry about that. I was about to sneeze right there. I managed to hold it for the moment. But we got one final series, as I was saying. Before we even hop into the draft, of course, I like to, shout out to all of the players that's been working really hard to get those W's on their way. And they definitely put a lot of effort. And other than that, of course, all this is presented by Nubia. Make sure you check out their latest devices, as they do have the Nubia Neo 5G up available for you to conquer every single battle in Mobile Legends. And not only that, thanks to our official media partners, FlyFM, for helping us out throughout the course of this run. Also, having our beverage partners to get our players hydrated throughout the course of these battles. It is Marigold with the Peel Fresh, keeping it juicy. And last but not least, thanks to our telco partners, Unify Mobile, keeping you covered everywhere you go. So, with that being said, one more reminder that there will be codes dropped in between the live stream where you can walk away with a brand new phone from Nubia. So, make sure you keep your eyes peeled for that. And once you do receive that code on screen, snap that very quickly, or just remember it. Go to Instagram, type critesports.my. critesports.my. And you just have to drop them a message with that code, and the phone is yours. So, without further ado, let's move into our final series of the day. It's Taylor's Esports Club versus Monash Playground. Well, seems like I got a cue right here that says that there will be a little bit of a remake of the lobby, so we'll definitely have the players prepare for that. So you just gotta hang out with me for a little bit more. Hope you guys don't mind that. So if you guys are hanging out around APU, if you guys just finish your assignments or your lectures and you're looking for something to do, I mean, hang out at Corn Course and you'll be entertained by your fellow friends who are currently playing on stage as well as off stage as well, where there's so many activities around that you guys could also check out. So we are definitely going to be looking at what is going to happen by the end of the run, because this final series will conclude the standings of the day. And now let's hit right into the Land of Dawn. Well, not just yet. Well, still remaking the lobby, so we'll give them a little bit more time. So if we're going to be looking into the live stream, if you guys are hanging out there, I hope you guys have already have a favorite team that you are supporting, whether if it's your best friend out there rocking it out on stage, or it could be somebody who's just impressed you and blown your mind on how good they are. Make sure you guys just make friends if you guys are at the venue. And there's definitely something special about esports, is that it brings people together. So speaking of experience working in this industry for about 7 to 8 years right now, it definitely have made me, a lot of friends all across the world with me casting all these games other than Mobile Legends. And I started off as a player myself, just to tell you guys a little bit of a story. And although it was a different game, I ensured that I started hard enough, I graduated, and after that, look for all these opportunities out there that could pave way for me to follow my dreams. And here I am, doing this. Did I expect it? Probably not. Now, I believe that there's enough story of Contra, as we're going to be moving in to our final series of a best of 3. It's Monash University as well as Taylor's for our final show of the day. And here you have your lineup with Yen, Kohaku, Rata, Kimon. That's a stacked roster. I mean, definitely you need subs when you have so many games to play out. It's been a long day, and, playing multiple legends from the morning probably isn't the easiest to do. Gamer hours are usually through the night. But I just do love the participation of everyone on board, as we are now having Taylor's Esports Club starting on the blue side. Kohaku-chan can admit, I'm going to shorten your name to Kohaku-chan. Well, at least that's part of my surname. Easy to remember. We got Slinky Boy that will also start off with the first pick for the team. So, over on the other side, Monash Playground.
What's your command?
We're going to be seeing a band coming out. I believe that to be Fanny. Well, that's from Taylor's Esports Club. Ling. All these high mobility heroes are slowly being removed coming from Taylor. So perhaps something could be read coming in from Monash that this might just be, something that they will want to tread on. No Joy in the picture, no Florin, and I think that they are good to go. But there is still high priority heroes such as Eve that has been played out by many for mid lane. Something to consider picked up if it's being open. Claude usually isn't going to be the first ban priority, but if there's anything, maybe a Phobius could be something that they might want to consider. So, one final ban coming in from Taylor's Esports Club. What's going to be the priorities right now? Valentina, a ban over on mid lane. Solid work. What's going to be the best thing to remove here? I mean, you still have a lot of very powerful heroes on the list that has been dominating the charts across, well, ranked games are ranked games, of course, when it comes down to according to play. I think that heroes such as Arlott as well as Vedran will still pose a high threat. Though it isn't probably the easiest, but Uranus is definitely one tough nut to crack. So we're going in for our first pick, and Eve, without a shadow of a doubt. Kohaku-chan says, yup, we're just going with the flow. This is all planned up. No hesitation. So it's definitely going to be a mage early pickup for Monash Playground before we move into the next phase. You can't afford to have more mages being removed on the block.
I rule what I see through my
Leslie
scope.
now coming in as a hot favorite throughout the day. Well, back in the days, people say Leslie's a very basic marksman, but I beg to differ. Definitely with a lot of reworks as well as updates. She is now one of the higher tier marksmen available, and this is a first Novara we're getting for today. I am absolutely excited to see what they will basically mix this up with, as she is probably one of the most annoying mages to deal with over on the mid lane, and those heavy pokes from afar can definitely match up to what an Eve can offer. And not only that, when you channel through Astral Echo, it will be able to unveil some of all these areas which is hidden by the brush, which, you know, comes in handy when you want to locate some of these pesky enemies that's hiding inside bushes. Now, you know, secures themselves another heavy hitting lineup with the Arlott. And that's also going to be the Claude that's, well, I've been saying Claude too much today. It's going to be a Roger. Excuse me for a moment.
Minotaur.
Meanwhile, Minotaur.
Left undone.
Minotaur as an opening pick. that signifies that they want those huge battles in those tight corners and just send them flying out. Still need a little bit more of that burst damage in order to supplement though. So what's going to be the core of Monash Playground here? I'll take that sweet time here to figure out what else to ban. Seems like they could look towards some of all these options on supports in general. And Angela definitely will be hard to deal with her global presence. Sometimes just having it being well fed up. I mean, full magic Angela is quite the thing sometimes, which some would really have to respect the amount of shield she provides. Verada out with the bans. Already had marksman secured for the side of Monash Playground. Probably looking at skirmishes. Oh, they choose to skip a ban. I wonder if that is going to be intentional in order to open a little bit more of options, or could it be, you know, just missing out the opportunity? Regardless of the matter, I believe that we will still carry forward. Monash Playground. One final ban. They have things like an Atlas to worry about as well, but this isn't exactly the most crucial of supports to ban. I think Teknologi right now would be a soft ban, but Baloric, oh, I think that's a really good call. As of recent, Baloric has definitely surged up in terms of picks coming in from higher elo of play. Or it could also be, you know, those one tricks who just know how to create a lot of ruckus. So, Slinky Boy, show me what you got right now. Already have a lot of damage offering coming in from Taylor's Esports Club with their setup. And the longer you allow Taylor's Esports Club to scale, they'll just take control over the game. Because there is a cap of what a Minotaur can offer when it comes down to the late game, where a lot of all these sustainable builds will come right in, and perhaps that may have hindered the effectiveness. But Minotaurs, if they do get that huge 5-man Minoan Fury knockup, that will be the game-winning play, regardless of the circumstance. Unless if it's a solo Minotaur versus 5, then that is a different story. Itoshi Lan.
I'm bound by nothing.
Coming in with a Gushin. Oh, we got ourselves a Flexor. The question is, how much value can they bring? But I do like the Gushin in this instance. Oh, wow. I have not seen this in competitive play for a long time, but I love the Beatrix play. But I can see why the Zelon could be very effective. You could just walk through whatever the Minotaur throws at you. And this is why. You just go in there, get one pickup, and just slice and dice. Oh, I see an Akai, but it will be a Johnson. Oh, wow. Oh, this is huge. I really do like what I'm seeing right now, as we do have huge pickups coming from each side. But I do get a little bit of a birdie telling me that there is going to be a remake of the picks once again. Apologies for the wait, but sometimes, you know, when you have a long day of Mobile Legends, you tend to misclick some stuff. Yep, I get it. I play a lot of games myself, so I guess we'll just have to jump right back in to take a look at your dear caster for now. So, at least we do have a little bit of a bigger picture of what these two teams want to achieve. Where I think it's pretty straightforward coming from Taylor's Esports, where they're just hoping to go and have the Zilong initiate and then layer down any form of retaliation which can easily be set up into Eve's real world manipulation. So that is just the core of the idea. Meanwhile, coming from Monash, I think it's a little bit of a mix of everything where they do have very different offerings when it comes down to damage. I think the poke damage definitely is something significant, especially when you do have some of all these heroes that can offer long-range pokes coming in from Novaria. So, with that said, I'm just thinking about how is this going to be a perfect execution in order to disrupt a form of tempo coming in from the side of Taylor's Esports Cup, because I think this was a well-planned draft. Not to say that Monash University didn't have this one down to the dot. It's just that it feels a little bit more of a mixed bag of things that they really want to achieve right here. Unless if it's going to be, a totally wrong desired pick, then they will definitely have to go into reset some of all these things that they have picked up early on. So I wonder to what extent will the changes be. So that is just a little bit more of what we get, but we'll hop right back into the picks and bans stage once again to get the full scale of what we saw early on.
Run deep.
Let's make the whole world.
We'll just rinse and repeat the process of the bans. No significant changes to be brought forward
What's your
from
command?
here.
Your team is banning.
We'll have to follow the same orders as well.
The beat of the flash.
Your team is
Ling,
banning.
Florian, Joy,
I
Fanny,
will be pure
and
Your
Valentina.
team is banning.
From what I did remember early on, there was a last-minute hover where Monash Playground was thinking about the Johnson. Was it intentional?
Among the planes exists the equal
Start off with this Eve pick.
which I was
I
made
rule
for.
what I see through
Goes
my
for the
scope.
Leslie.
The falling stars brought us here.
Novaria as well.
I will choose my own path.
Now, what Monash Playground offers is all the long-range pokes coming from both Leslie as well as the Novaria. So if they can solely poke down the Eve, it will just easily render them down before the fight even begins. So they won't have to try to actually get some of all these damage numbers down to either the Roger or the Eve. But they gotta find ways to deal with Arlot, which is why they brought in the Minotaur. I guess with the Zilong though, it definitely will be pretty tough for Dev to catch that one single target. So there is going to be a wild Zilong running around the map, I assume, unless if they can figure it out by the end of the pick, which we did not get to see coming from Monash Playground. Now, it seems like perhaps this was the changes here. Well, they did go through with the bans though. It was the Johnson ban that was changed up this time. Or was that? Well, from the picture, it kind of looked like an alpha as well. I mean, my eyes are starting to blur up. It's been a very early morning for me, if you guys are wondering. Well, I'm pretty sure you students can relate too with those early lectures. Kufra banned out. And
Thorns remain.
all the way true. Oh, just to clarify, Taylor's Esports Club did not get to ban early on, which I did have a little bit of a question on. And now we finally actually see the ban. It's going to be a Lancelot. And it seems like they really, really dislike anything to do with mobility. Is this a setup, or is this something that is planned all along? Or perhaps they just respect Monash Playground well enough to know that they have an extraordinary assassin, which was why Agushin was picked up earlier by Itoshi Lan, which I think was the case. So it's going to be a Yuzong to supplement the front-lining attack coming in from the Minotaur. Once you do get a huge knockout to connect, that allows more room for the Minotaur to set up. But here comes the counter though. Lolita for Taylor's Esports Club. Now that makes a world of difference. But to seek out the targets, it's not going to be easy. Oh, a Hellcurd! Out of nowhere. Now, this is a juicy pick, especially when it comes down to Novaria. This is going to be one of her weakness where, you know, sure, she can cut through walls to try to get into safety. It's kind of like a Farsa 2.0 in a sense. And oh, we got a Hanzo in the house. Counter plays from both sides, having very similar ideas. It feels like they've played each other before, or they've watched each other's matches. It's definitely going to be pretty interesting to see how well this is going to go for either side. But let's not do much more talking of resets through the draft and go straight into the Land of Dawn as we begin our final best of 3 here in the ACS Tour.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the
This
enemy
is
reaches
what
the
I love about Varsity Esports. You get a lot of different grand ideas to be played out with bright minds on all these heroes. And oh, there might just be a little bit of a instant battle coming in from top side, but we gotta respect each other's ground game in a sense. Steady start. Lolita to hold up over the mid side here, clears up on both ends. As eventually they will be moving around the map to look for picks as the mid laners will take over later on. Standard stuff cutting across, but Death comes in pretty early. Yumedo instantly spotted out. Significant damage coming out from Death, but he's going to be met with a little bit of a challenge as well. Death just establishing a lot of control, but also soaking a little bit more of that damage. Kohaku-chan having a little bit of that passage being cut off. The crap's gonna go in the hands of Monash Playground. The Wanderer available as well. Oh, Slinky Boy comes in perfectly in time to get this first blood in the back for Taylor's Esports Club. Meanwhile, over top end, shouldn't have any issues for the Yarlet to hold this one all alone, having plenty of sustain to go around for days. But that quick snatcheroo coming from Taylor's Esports Club, I gotta say, very well timed. With a pre-men shove. Got an assist for Slinky Boy, and oh boy, the moment I gave them compliments is Gilgamesh coming with some massive damage output in the early stage of the game. And that's what's really scary about Hanzo at times. It was Itoshi Lan that has been able to secure that one in the back. Steady start, pressure on towards the side of Death Trio 1. Bird Cat tries to slingshot his way through with the astral projectiles. Meanwhile, a little bit of a tussle over the top side. I think this is going to take a while before we actually get into heavy commitments from both ends. Rata does know that they are on the buff already, as they do have great read when it comes down to the map in general. We'll expect a little bit more of that pressure to build up over the bottom side. 3 members now eyeing onto the crab. Greta face checks into the brush, and this might not be the best move possible. Dark Knight falls, and that is one more pickup coming from Taylor's Esports Club. Itoshi Lan joins into the fray, tries to look for Slinky Boy, tries to get through the exit, flickers away, 1 HP for left, and the chase is on. Itoshi did manage to bring the Hellcat down. Oh boy, Ino moving into the fray, and that secures it for Yumeto as well. This choke point is gonna see a collateral coming from both ends. Gilgamesh tries to secure 1 more, but will have 1 surviving. My goodness! 3 for 3, and Verata actually gets out alive. Could have been a little bit more coming out of Monash Playground, but the counter-attack just perfectly executed coming from Monash Playground. And when it comes down to situations like that, it's either you really commit or everybody just pulls off from that situation. 1, 2, 3 tap. Nah, that's not really gonna hurt all too much for Yumeto, but definitely draws a lot of attention. Def pulls out towards the brush. Gets knocked over on the other corner. Drops in the ultimate, as that will be Novaria, hoping to get a long-range snipe out from downtown. So have the skill in order to get more damage onto the Astral Meteors, though, as well as the Star Rail passive that will be able to stack on top. Hurdle up online. Users now taking control. Itoshi is going to play a vital role in this team fight. You know, spotted out. I think they have a full picture of this. Slack, Dragon 4 will come right through. Slinky Boy still gets the dive. And Def, next one to be picked off. 2 members down coming from Monash League out there. All scattered apart. Double secured. And this is all Taylor Esports Club asked for. Didn't stand a chance to even get the snatch. Gilgamesh did try to go in for the attempt. Rectories goes off, but it seemed like it actually was secured. Taps after taps. And Taylor's Esports Club, they do find themselves that early turret over the bottom side as they extend that pressure over the mid. Gilgamesh now going on a hunt. This is just going to be Shadow, has to pull back. Gets out in time before getting caught out. No casualties thus far. Dark Knight falls. Oh my goodness, the damage is real. And that will secure it for both the Roger and the Hellcat. And another opening for Taylor's Esports Club right down mid. Mesh comes back to the mid, clears off the wave, but they spot his body. Oh, he regrets even appearing to the side of Taylor's Esports Club. And it seems like they lost the plot already. I mean, all across the map now. Going 1 versus 3. Itoshi Lan, can you buy enough time? And here comes a huge shot coming in. Itoshi still trying to sustain. And it will be the Eve getting another one back. Taylor's looking clean, but I would say Monash isn't really having all the coordination to execute well enough. Gotta get it together, guys. I mean, I know classes are pretty much over right now, but we carry on. playtime. Turtle available. A lot of elements expended coming in from Monash Playground as well. We'll have to buy a couple more seconds on the clock. Leslie does have her ult up. Oh, here we go. Turn cat coming from Natural, and this will be Gilgamesh snatching the turtle away, but it will be a cost to be paid off by death, and the rest of Heroes Esports collapse upon them. Will remove one after another, starting with Gilgamesh, looking for Itoshi as well. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And that is where the Yuzong goes back into the Grays Greens. 13-3. This is looking rather rough. That's why there is going to be a little bit more of a shift when it comes down to how they want to play this comp out. But they do get a catch. Death gets the knockups done. Can he actually get out alive though? Find enough time for more damage, but there's not enough to shred this lid up. Here comes Gilgamesh though. Shots fired. Connects. Not enough to take down Lolita. Looking forward. Monash Playground, their aim right now is not for team fights, but perhaps pickoffs as well as goal gathering. And also having a look out for the upcoming Lord too. They're currently having very decent run when it comes down to keeping their level disparities intact. That now comes in, huge knock onto 2. Quickly figures out what you want to do on an E. You want to be in the center of the fight, but here goes, Dark Knight falls, here comes the chase. Steph pulls them all back, but risking his life in the process as well. One is better than none, they say. And that is still the numbers advantage in favor of Taylor's Esports. Free Lord for the taking. No ultimates other than Gilgamesh. And he's nowhere close, so first Lord in the hands of Taylor's Esports Club. Now it's going to be a little bit of a reset moment for both sides. Taylor's Esports, they're going to be controlling the bottom portion of the map. As a matter of fact, they have controlled 65% of the map already, taking down all of the tier 1 turrets. Outer turrets, if you may call it. Now that they also do have the Lord slowly walking his way through, they can just congregate, having a 4-1 setup, focusing down mid. Feels like Monash Playground, if there's anything they really have to work on, is really on the composition, because this is a tough composition to execute. You have an assassin that wants to single out a target. You also do want to have team fight potential. So you have long range pokes, but it doesn't really glue too well for the moment. Now they're really lacking damage output. Here comes Dev trying to go in for a setup. Black Dragon form flying right through. Finds 3 targets. This is going to be huge. Oh, where is the backup though? They get the catch on the Uno. That is the start of the fight. Monash Playground, they set it up perfect for 2, but they did lose 2 in the process. At least the shutdown will be worth the value on Yumero. But the next fight will definitely pose a little bit more cred. Honestly, Monash Playground just needs one good team fight. And we are definitely looking at the Lord to be the one that will call them to arms. Taylor's Esports Club having a lot of breathing space from the mid to the top portion of the map. Meanwhile, what Monash Playground can also set up for is split pushes, especially when you do have a Hanzo on your side. And on the opposite spectrum, it seems like there is going to be some mounting pressure over the top end, especially Inhibitor being challenged eventually. Surprised the orange buff is still up online. Slinky Boy now spotted out, having some tags coming in. It only tickles the back of Taylor's Esports members. 10 seconds. Empowered Lord up online. What is going to be the Pele right now? Monash Playground. They need to sneak their way through. Gilgamesh did manage to steal one objective earlier on, but that was only one. This is going to be a huge leap of faith that he will have to take. The displayer now up online for Leslie. Black Dragon form coming in from Itoshi Land. Crashes onto a target. And they're just going to shut off the lights. And oh, lights out it goes. Gilgamesh overextends and Slinky Boy immediately calls out for the double as well. Diving really deep. And every member of Monash Playground, they are all scattered across. Triple knockout into a Fury. This is the one that they've been looking for, but they've already lost way too much. Can they get 4? Yes, they do. 3 versus 2, but they are falling flat. They need the damage onto Yumeno, and it will be a 2 versus 2. Who's gonna get it though? Dev. He doesn't really have the damage. Minotaur doesn't have the damage offerings, and slowly shreds apart, turns him into a beefsteak. Just about enough time for the E to even rejoin the fight. 22-8. And this is just going to be a little bit tricky for Yuno to actually get the orange buff. A little bit too greedy, but hey, I mean, who's complaining? Survive. Taylor's Esports Club. As much as they have this high volume of takedowns, I'm surprised that Monash can keep up when it comes down to the goal disparity that we have. With only a 3.5, but now with the lore taken by Taylor's Esports, this gap is going to increase significantly so. And that is definitely hard for Monash Playground to even roam around the map right now. Problem about playing from behind as a Hanzo is that when you're not given space, you just need to wait until the enemies dive for team. And only then you can actually engage and hoping not to be taken out. Slinky Boy, as well as Kohaku, doing so well. Not a single time this Eve has been caught out. Toshi spots the full squad. Still having Gilgamesh dealing with the Lord though. We'll have to give one inhibitor turret, and that's just about it. Now sees an opportunity to go in for a pickoff. Death goes ahead to slice down the Minotaur again. And now all 5 members stacked up. Here comes Gilgamesh. He's looking to commit. Gets them all at once. Catches Slinky Boy. One tread out of the way. Falling pretty low. Does he fire to pick? Yes, he does. An overextension coming from Taylor's Esports Club. Could have been a little bit cleaner on this pursuit into the base. When you march over to the high ground, you need to also factor in how many minutes do you have in order to pull through. They didn't really play the macro game far enough to go in for a 3-wave crash. But now, I think they will try their level best to set that one up. And remember this, the longer they go into the game, the stronger some of these units are coming in from Monash Playground. Dev slowly catching up. We're heading into the later stages of the game where levels don't really matter anymore. I'm pretty sure that in terms of items, we're just having a slight advantage over the side of Taylor's Esports Club. Down to Slinky to spot a target out. Giving a little bit of that pressure of a chase as they are trying to secure the Lord for themselves. Perhaps bait them into a fight. Taylor's Esports Club. Now we'll have to face off against the entirety of Monash Playground. The dive comes in from Gilgamesh. He will have to pull back eventually. Dark Knight falls. He's over back, not finding any target at all, unfortunately. Getting spotted out by Itoshi. But the recommitment from Taylor's. Oh, they're going to blast him all to smithereens. And Death stopped on the track, and Slinky still find a little bit more room. Gilga on the chase. Tit for tat, but it is 3 members down coming from Monash. This is a game-ending angle without needing the Lord. Return Cat. Just by the corner. We'll have the exit plans all cut off. Easy, he does it. And here you go, Taylor's Esports Club. A long start to the series, but nevertheless, the opening win here in the series. What a game that was. I would say it was pretty equal heading into the middle of the game, but Taylor's Esports, they just know how to look for those targets, and the timing on the Dark Knight falls, those calls coming from the Hellcurt, just perfect timing, perfect execution. He knew what to do. Just dive all the way to the back line, looking for the targets like Novaria, and you can just slowly deal with the rest. The Minotaur doesn't really have too much damage to offer. So I hope that we see a little bit of changes coming in from the roster of, I mean, not the roster, but the composition that Monash actually wants to bring to the table, because the Minotaur might have actually lacked a little bit more of that oomph, if you know what I'm saying. Because once you have your backline cleared up, the Minotaur is only going to be standing there all alone, and I think they need to find a good fair share of sustained damage to put out in order to peel through not only the front line, but also have enough to be able to back up. So with that said, that's game 1. We'll take a short break and we'll head over to game 2.
Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown in sorrow, but I love that face. Visions of you. Come closer. Nine and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. Visions of you.
Oh, man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I said just. Say son. You know I said just. You know I said just.
Oh, man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I said just. You know I said just. You know I said just. You know I said just.
Oh, man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I said just. You know I said just.
And here we are in the ACS Edu Tour as you're joining me, Contra, for potentially our final game of the evening, unless if Monash University can make a comeback out of the deficit back in our first matchup. And all of this is, of course, presented to you by Nubia, as we have also partnered up with our official media partners, Fly FM, giving you all the good stuff all across the universities in Malaysia. And if you guys are feeling a little bit thirsty, if it's a little hot there in APU, don't worry. You can refresh yourself with some Marigold Peel Fresh. And of course, we got Unify Mobile to keep you connected all day long. Once again, remind you guys that there is a giveaway of a Nubia phone if you tune into the live stream. So make sure you grab that code whenever it does appear. And then after that, what you have to do next, copy that code and message the Instagram of Crit Esports MY. And that is all you have to do in order to be eligible for the prize. So with that being said, let's hop right in to our draft. Game 2, Taylor's Esports Club takes the lead right now. One game before they would get themselves a 3-pointer. Monash Playground hasn't really had too much of a easy time from the early game that has hindered their progress, but definitely they do have great individual skills coming from a player like Gilgamesh. And oh my word, we finally get ourselves a huge pickup with Uranus finally coming into the Land of Dawn. Another E pickup. Taylor's Esports will that have the heavy artillery up over mid. Now we have Alpha. In order to constantly deal enough damage in hopes to shred down the really beefy target over on that EXP lane. Once again, they're going in for another pickup on what I would say early. I'm not too sure if this would actually work out for the second time coming, because last time they go about with this composition,
through my scope.
well, Leslie, not Harley. Once again, my mind's pretty much clouded up from so many matches. Gilgamesh this time wants to ensure that he can get in and out of those battles much more efficiently than to be caught out, where as compared to a Hanzo, once you get spotted out of where your original state is, then there's no way to be able to get out live. So I definitely do fancy the changes that they bring with the Lancelot. Now let's see what Yuno's up to. A lot of the bands heavily focuses on fast-moving targets. And Kufra, just to give a guarantee that nothing gets past the front line. That will definitely provide a lot of safety space so that the Eve continues to go in for the bombardment of the real-world manipulation. As for Monash Playground, they definitely do have high burst damage, but can they reach to the Eve though with this Lancelot pickup? Uranus definitely will offer a lot of split push pressure over the side lanes. But even so, when it comes down to team fights, I guess this is one thing that can bypass whatever the Kufar will bring to the table. Angela banned out. No significant changes when it comes down to the bans that Taylor's Esports is eyeing out for. You definitely don't want the Angela to be hugging onto the Lancelot throughout any space of the game.
Time and tide wait for
Your
no
team
man.
is
And on to
Girl.
Beatrix. Still have options such as Claude. I think this could be an angle to pick up carry in order to find ways to counter the Mitchell witches. Uranus, I mean, the only thing that could potentially deal massive amount of DPS in order to get through to those layers is that marksman. So is that going to be what Monash Playground will be looking out to ban? Taylor's Esports Club's turn. 10 seconds on the clock. Counting down from 5. Well, we don't want another remake, do we?
Let's make the whole
Florin,
world
wise
green
choice.
lively.
Will they double down
May
on
the
more
blood of
marksmen?
my enemies
Doesn't seem to
flow
be
from
so.
my spirit.
Mincetar. Even if you remove Mincetar, I believe that there are very similar other targets that you would probably look for. And now that they've already have the Kufra, I really do wonder if that Mincetar ban is going to be worthwhile though, because they did not play a Mincetar on that previous round. You know, with the final pickup, having a tough decision to look for a marksman, it seems. It could be a Claude, it could be a Brody, it could be anything at all.
It is in despair
Oh,
that I see the
Nathan.
fondest hopes.
This is exciting. Huge damage numbers coming out of Taylor's Esports Club, but a Krufa alone can't hold up the front lines. So what's it gonna be like? I guess that there is a lot of burst damage that they really have to negate. And here comes a Sicilian. And another Minotaur went for his second attempt onto two very classic type of heroes, the Leslie and the Minotaur. Can they make this work this time around? Oh! Son! That's something I don't expect. Well, Jawhead seems to be a good option. Marsha, even better. Well, the Marsha really has to deal with the Minotaur though. Gotta think twice. Terizla. Counter knocks. Huge AoE. Still has true damage to offer. And that will be the potential answer to find ways to damage the Uranus. So Itoshi definitely have a lot of work to go around with this game. A sprint onto Sicilian. Will be able to keep him safe, I do believe. End of the day, some of all these spells are preferences as we are moving into our potential final game. Monash Playground will have to settle the score and reverse the series from here on. And it's only one game away for Taylor's Esports Club to seal the deal and close up the final series of Week 2, Day 1, in the best fashion possible.
All troops deployed.
Once again, may I remind you that there is a special code for you to win a smartphone, courtesy of Nubia. And this giveaway does have its limited stock, so whoever is quick will probably get it. So make sure you guys take that code and drop a message to Crit Esports MY's Instagram account. And who knows, you may walk away with a brand new phone from Nubia. Stations over the mid side, Def playing with a little fire. Spots out the better rotation coming in from the side of Monash. And fights like this definitely will take a while, because Itoshi, he's just going to keep spinning and chunk down these health bars. There we go. 3-on-1. Slinky Boy with the first blood. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh gets one more in the back of her bottom side as well. Never ever challenge 1v1 against a Uranus so early in the game. Well, honestly, it's not just a Uranus problem. It's a Lancelot coming in the right time frame. Toshi now being slowed down. But I don't think this is going to fully deter Uranus unless this happens. Perfect timing on the real world manipulation. Rata. Holding his own. Slinky Boy. Already have most of the shop secured. Over on the pit. Taking down the turtle. Now looking for that flickers away. Toshi needs to play a little bit more aggressively in order to get in the faces of these players of Taylor's Esports Club. So TEC, a very stable start. Only about a few hundred goal up ahead. Survives. A lot slower of a tempo right now. Oh, they're definitely having a land right now. Good discipline being shown by the side of Death Trio 1. Here comes Death. Expect somebody hiding inside the bush, but 4 members instead joins in from the back, and they all got pulled in. Goodness gracious. In a blink of an eye, Taylor's Esports Club annihilates 4 members. How'd it go? This is definitely an angle for a turret. Toshi says, man, that's not my concern. I'm all the way down here doing my own pushing. But, of course, 4 members would always be faster. Def face checking onto the push. Seems like they will fancy themselves a little bit more of a catch. Itoshi runs all the way back into the jungle. Taylor's treading lightly. Oh boy, another catch. Roll manipulation. Dropping onto Itoshi. Time after time, Taylors have been able to find the mark on the turtle. Monash Playground really has to play a lot more proactive though. Series slowly slotting off their hands if they don't do something about it. Also to note, it comes down to drafting. Sometimes not only you want to look into synergies, but also in what phase is your heroes activated. You may now be caught up. Def leads the pack. Ilka secures it. It's going to be a huge shutdown onto Yumeto, finally stopping the streak. Another opening over the top side, but Itoshi just gonna walk out into the steep. Oh, luckily he secured the shrine, or buff, you may call it. An attempt to steal the buff, denied by Gilgamesh. Just farming whatever resource of gold that they can. Monash Playground knows that the bomb turret is going to be off limits. Oh boy. What do we have here? Turret now crushed. Taylor's Esports Club says, okay, you want to play the farming game? We are happy to oblige. Waiting on the wings. Turtle up online. Nito. 3 turtles in a row right here. Gilgamesh. He's not even thinking about it. We have just about enough health bars in order to soak some damage as well. Another card taken off. Meanwhile, Itoshi Land is just gonna be running it down bottom. Trying to pull the waves off, and this is going to be a huge collateral. Oh, the combos work in tandem. Gilgamesh have the ult of his life. And can we say that again? Steph is definitely fine. We landed a golden Minoan Fury. Slicky boy. It's cleared just about enough minions. Stayed up for the moment. Endless battle now purchased by Des. Here's a sneaky invade. Oh. Spelling trouble. Des. Oh. Castell just got cut out at the very last second. Once again, Des tries to keep some of the tabs open. Taylor's Esports Club. They're not looking at margins of error from their side. So they will make sure this is going to be fully calculated, but that is going to be no Fury. 4 members. It connects, but it definitely took a while before Itoshi joins right in. Monash Playground, their hope slowly crumbles. Already working on the Lord. Nothing they can do to challenge. Gilgamesh was too low after escaping those barrage of shots coming from the Eve. Quick reset going on. And they're just being chilling right now. Taylor's Esports Club. All they have to do is to press on the advantages, but I'm not really seeing them do so as much. They gotta really speed up the process if you're gonna be in the lead, and you know. Just a little too tanky on the Turisla. Easy does it right now. Taylor's Esports Club. Last fight they won was in the choke point. Are they going to go in for another similar setup? Side now piling with a couple of minions, cleared out instantly. Here is the Lord knocking on their doors as well. Top side not looking all too hot. Mid side just falling with dust scattered all across. Monash Playground. This is going to look too dire. Monash Playground. really has no options to even go out there to farm their own jungle cabs. $7,000 to chase. Another wave slowly approaches. Somebody's got to push the top side as well. 43 seconds to the Lord. And they finally choose to go in for a rather light sparring. Taylor's Esports Club. Eyes on the prize again. They've got everything that is required to close out the run. They just need a little bit more confidence, I would say. Lord now online. This is definitely going to be a tough decision to make. Monash. Are they going to fold? Are they going to give it away? And they will give it away. Now, Minutes is going to be doing a lot of work for Taylor's Esports Club. They had that full ace before. One 3-1 setup coming out of Taylor's Esports Club. This could be it, but they don't really need to worry about inhibitors. But even so, with this marching into the base, that opens up a little bit more room for a dive. And dive they will onto Itoshi, and then all the way to the back lines. They'll fold up. And Taylor's Esports Club, they will not even give a slither of a chance if they can. And Des still holds on, putting everything that they have pedal to the metal. And Monash Playground still prevail for now until she lap. Couldn't even have a good time right there. Monash Playground. If they ever come back from this current state, definitely will be a huge Cinderella story run. Taylor's Esports Club. Really has to press on the advantages. I mean, the more time you give Monash Playground to farm up, this Uranus definitely won't be a pain to deal with. Prolific Roar online. Gilgamesh now has the damage. They're setting up a little bit more traps. Soaking up the damage as if it was stunning. It's definitely taking a while. 15 minutes on the clock. We need some action, ladies and gents. Raptor now jumps right into the fight. Gloria's now spawned up. Itoshi popping it out early on and will crush them by the corner. And Monash, this is what I talked about. They're sure firepower to eliminate the back lines, but the front line is a huge problem. That goes down. Yumeno will killing spree. Is Yumeno looking for 4? It's a double. Full team wipe. And we're looking at them charging immediately into a base. having just about enough number of minions. Taking turns to tank it, and Taylor's Esports Club seals the deal. 2-0. Congratulations to Taylor's Esports Club. Great work, Yumeto, Keimon, Kohaku, Ino, Vrata, Yen, as well as Slinky. I know maybe in this matchup, not every one of you guys get to play due to schedules and stuff, but you guys definitely looking like champions out there. So that is going to be that conclusion of our final series of the evening. And I can't thank all of you enough for joining us here in Asia Pacific University for a day out celebrating esports, as well as, of course, supporting all these young talents there in the pursuit of their dreams. So with that being said, our biggest supporters that have been able to enable everything possible for the event has got to be Nuvia, as they've presented to us all these amazing devices. And of course, shout out to our media partners, Fly FM, for of course giving us great coverage all across on ground, hopefully on radio as well. And also, we got to thank our beverage partners, Marigold, Faldies, Chill Fresh, keeping all of these players hydrated, and not forgetting our telco partners, Unify Mobile. So, with all of that said and done, thank you all participants for giving us a good show. Tomorrow there will be another run coming up, so we hope that you'll be able to stay with us, as there will be a lot happening on ground as well as online, as you can win yourselves that Nubia phone giveaway. Take the code, drop a DM onto Crit Esports' Instagram, and voila, wait for it. So that's all from me, Contra. I hope that you've enjoyed my commentaries throughout the course of the run. If you stayed from the morning all the way to the evening, or you just hung out for 10 minutes or so, I definitely want to thank all of you guys. And, you know, it's been a long day for me. I think it's about time for me to sign off. So I hope all of you will have a splendid weekday. Till then, take care.